Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock, Monday, March 21st, 2022. Goldsboro City Council work session meeting is called to order. At this time, I would like the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Present.
Councilman Broadway.
Here.
Councilwoman Matthews. Councilman Gaylor.
Present.
Councilman Acock.
Here.
We're all here. Next thing on the agenda is the adoption to the agenda. Is there any motion to approve, to make any changes to the agenda? Anyone?
Move to adopt.
Oh, nope, I have one.
You got one, I'm sorry.
I was giving everybody else time.
You're ahead of it, okay.
Okay. I'd like to add to the old business a review of our COVID mask policy. Is there any other additions? If not, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move to adopt. Second.
I have a motion to approve, adopt, and second. Any opposed? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. First item is old business. We just added the COVID mask policy. I want to speak to that. Our current policy is that city employees and visitors are required to wear a face mask covering when within 6 feet of another person inside the city facilities or city vehicles unless an exception identified below or in current North Carolina Governor Executive Order applies. The governor on March 17th, the governor discussed in his pandemic response called Moving Forward. He just talked about Executive Order 253, which he had put in effect on March 7th, wherein it states that the Office of State Human Resources is directed to A, make face coverings generally optional in cabinet agencies, but allows agency heads in their discretion to continue to require face coverings in settings that they determine to be high risk to employees, the public and others, and he goes on to speak to that. Further on in there, he says, whereas accordingly, the undersigned, meaning himself, desires to direct OSHR to update the policy to fit the requirement to wear face mask coverings except in high risk settings, and whereas the undersigned has indicated that local governments and local school districts should consider moving to adopt mask optional policies in low-risk settings, and whereas public health experts advise that face coverings should continue to be worn by those who are in high risk or severe illness, those who are not up to date on their vaccinations, and those who live in, work in, or visit certain high-risk settings such as long-term care facilities, correctional facilities, homeless shelters, and healthcare facilities, etc. I checked today with the county. The county has their face mask policy is optional, and so I wanted to bring that to the council's attention to see if we wanted to change our policy from the required policy that I read initially to making it optional. Do we have anyone want to comment?
I have no problems with that. You want that in the form of a motion?
Well, yes, I'd like to have a motion if you
I make
support
that motion.
You make a motion to change the policy to
Yes.
optional?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
So we did all read the city manager's weekly report that came in yesterday. that said that our status moved from medium to high. So while I understand the governor's recommendation, I understand what the county is doing, we still have to make the best decision for the people that we serve. So I just want us to be aware that we have moved from medium back to high within a week's time. So while I understand we're ready to get out of these masks, I still think that we need to do what's best for our residents. Based on not what we want, but based on facts, which is our transmission rate is extremely high right now.
My concern was when you spoke of the county, and I look at the area which the county has compared to, you know, just like the working space when they have their meetings. I look at their space compared to our space. And in here, right in here, I cannot see how we can stay 6 feet apart sitting here. I can't see how we can do that. And we are considered high. That was, that's my concern.
The motion is to make it optional.
Well, if you make it optional, then some people are going to wear them and some people are not.
Correct.
And so then who are we really protecting? I mean, call the vote. I mean, but if I'm not wearing a mask and someone else is wearing a mask, who is being protected?
Any other comment?
At this point, I'm pretty sure we're the only governmental body left in Wayne County that is requiring its employees to wear masks. And I think that everyone else has moved to an optional state. Obviously, transmission rates being high, there are viable concerns. I absolutely understand that. But I think that we're to a point where that folks that want to move towards an elevated mask, either towards a KN or something like that, have the options to do that. Testing options are far greater than they have been. I think that giving our employees the options to make those decisions within their workplace, if we want to make them required in here, then let's have that conversation about doing something unique in this particular space. But there's a lot of other spaces that our employees work within too. So I'd like to see it move towards optional for our employees. If we want to do something different in here, then let's do it.
Yeah, my concern was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think, Councilman Gaylor, you're saying something different. What we're talking about is making it optional for everybody. It's not just speaking to our city employees. We're also talking about those people who come in and out of our facilities. So if you want to do something making it optional for employees, okay, cool. But we're talking about everybody at this point. So are we going to separate, let our employees be optional, and then people who come in and out of our facilities are required, or is that what you're saying? Because I only heard you speak to employees, but we're talking about everybody.
And I'll be clear then, I was talking about everybody. And if we want to do something unique in this space, given that we do put a lot of people in here, then I'm certainly willing to talk about that. But I think that being the only one left in the county, I think that we've seen that the risk management is pretty palatable. The hospital numbers certainly bear that out, which is an incredibly positive indicator.
I mean, my last comment is we also seen other entities, other governing bodies who had mask mandates, and their leadership did not follow that mask mandate. So, I mean, if we're going to be honest, let's talk about it all the way. So, I still think that we are our own body, and we have to make decisions that are best for the people in which we serve. That's our employees, those are our city residents, those are our children. So I think that until we can go back to medium status, which is also something that you have to read when you're listening to what the governor said. We kind of skipped around today to point out facts that would support our argument for removing the mask mandate. But he also spoke to those areas that are identified as medium and high as well. So in light of all of the facts, not our opinions and what we want, in light of the facts, I think we should keep our mask mandate as it is until we can lower our status back to medium. And I think we should come back to this conversation.
Any more comments? I have a motion to move from face mask policy that we had before to an optional face mask policy. It was second. We had discussion. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the business is new business, and we have on, first item is 309 Walnut Street sewer issue, and Mr. Zachary E. Lilly is here to speak to that issue. Come on up, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the issue that I'm specifically come to request affects actually multiple properties, not just 309 West Walnut Street. It's specifically, I'm talking about a sewage line that's located between George Street and Virginia Street on West Walnut Street. And I've come to ask the city to take responsibility for that line and repair the line that has failed. And I hope that I can show you why it's in the best interest of the city to do so. As Ms. Matthews just said, this body its job is to do what's best for those that it serves, and you serve the citizens, and there's a lot of citizens that are about to be negatively affected by this line. Like I said, that actually serves multiple properties. I went down the street today and actually knocked on doors, and there's over 10 residents on that street that are negatively impacted by this line. And that's a really big deal, because if this line continues to fail, it could create potentially a biohazard for those individuals, and it could also displace those individuals. And as you know, we're in an extreme housing shortage in the area, right? So that's 10 people that are going away somewhere else, and we don't know where. From an economic standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to fix the line, because each one of those individuals, it's estimated, brings $2,000 of revenue to the city, right, per year. And if we've got 10 of those, right, we're $20,000 a year in revenue coming from those individuals. So we would really hate to displace them, right? Especially after spending millions and millions of dollars on renovating West Walnut Street down there with no commercial activity, right? So it's not like people are walking down there and spending money at businesses. So the only way to get a return on that Tiger Grant investment is to invest in the individual residences there. A couple of those residences are multifamily properties, right? So it would be like an entire apartment building that would no longer be serviced. There's several reasons why I believe the city should fix it. One, they said they were going to, right? If you look at the 3 pages that I passed out, I kind of condensed it down to 3 pages. There's a map there. One of the yellow highlight is the Walnut Street property. And what you can look at that's kind of interesting is Walnut Street is the only street on that map that does not have a city service sewage line. And if you look, the only way to tie into Virginia Street for any of those individual properties is to run through other people's property, right? It's not legal for me to just go dig up somebody's yard and install a sewer line. So in theory, I could coordinate with all the other property owners, and we could come up with some sort of crazy agreement. But what happens when one of us sells a property, or what happens when somebody doesn't have the funds to repair the lines, pay their fair share? Most of those properties are not owner occupied, so it's tenants that are affected, right? And you can't ask a tenant to go in there and repair a sewage line. So that's reason number one, is they said that they would. In this page 2 is an email from Mr. Fletcher, where he is requesting that we get easements recorded so the city can go in there and fix it, right? Well, Everett, Womble, and Lawrence was the firm that assisted me with that. We got the easements recorded, and for whatever reason, it never got done. When I came and readdressed the issue, I was told that it was a mistake and it's not the city's problem. So, number one, I would ask the city do it because they said they should. Number two, it's displacing a lot of people that don't need to be displaced. Number three, it could potentially create a biohazard. And number four, I believe the returns on that are exponential compared to not, right? So if we're displacing all those people, then what was all that money spent down there for? It's like buying a new Corvette with a bad transmission and taking it straight to the paint shop instead of the transmission shop, right? So we have to have that underlying infrastructure repaired before we can expect property owners to go in there and fix some of these dilapidated houses, right? So that's money. If all of us are spending money to install a new sewage line, that's money we're not spending on fixing up properties down there. So I would like to humbly request that City Council take action to repair this sewage line, and it is imminent. I mean, this is a problem that's happening today. I talked to one resident who actually has sewage coming up in her bathtubs from another property. So it's a bad problem. And I'm here to answer any questions. That's all I got. That's my sales pitch. But like I said, I do think it's economically beneficial for the city to go ahead and fix
I
that
want
line.
to explain page 3.
Oh, page 3. Page 3 is the email and then the map that was requested. So that's all part of the same email.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So one of them is actually the request from Mr. Fletcher, and then that front page is from the city engineering department that shows where the lines currently are. And I don't know why Walnut Street didn't ever get a line installed there, especially since they just ripped up all the streets. I don't know if it's some sort of oversight or what, so I couldn't answer to that.
Mr. Lilly, you mentioned that the city said they would do this.
Yes, ma'am.
Is
And
that in here? What, can you show me where it is?
yes, ma'am. It's on. It should be on page 2, I believe.
Of the thick?
No, the thin one, the 3 pages. I got it down to 3 pages so we could avoid a lot of confusion. So it's basically, so Mr. Fletcher said in that email that he's installed the sweeps and cleanouts. We can't continue repairs until you get easements for the surrounding properties. We'll need access for the equipment, and we'll be digging the property line. Let us know when the easements are approved, and we'll schedule the repairs. Well, those repairs never happened after the easements were recorded.
Anyone have, I'm going to ask Mr. Fletcher to come up. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Levin? Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, council.
Mayor, council, hope everyone's doing well. I guess the best place to start is kind of put this all in context with the time frame. I received a request late March of 17 to assess the situation, and when we went down and looked at it initially, I came to the same conclusion that my predecessor, Jose Martinez, came to previously as well, and that was that the line was found to be private and the repair would be on the property owner, Mr. Lilly. The only reason I re-engaged later was because our city clerk, Melissa, this happened on April 30th, and on March 30th. Then on April 3rd, she came out and said she'd located some minutes from a 1922 council session that said that the city more or less had been asked to install a 6-inch sewer line. You've got the copy. I can read it if you'd like. The minutes annotation said, basically, the city manager submitted a letter from Mr. John L. Borden advising that he intends to build an apartment house on the north side of Walnut Street between George Street and Virginia Street, requesting that the city construct a 6-inch sewer line at the back of the property to connect at Virginia Street, provided he, that is Mr. Borden, furnishes the necessary pipe and brick and secures easements across the property affected. The manager recommended that Mr. Borden's request be granted on motion by Alderman Creech and second by Alderman McMillan. The recommendation made by the city manager was approved. So once Melissa showed that to me, I went from, well, it's definitely private to, well, maybe it is a public line after all. We didn't know. There's nothing definitive at this point. This made it suspect for me. So as we do with all citizens, we want to go out and do as much as we can to help them. So, okay, well, let's pursue this then. First of all, we're going to need easements, and we're going to try to find out definitively whether or not it is public or private. So we pursued both of those simultaneously. Yes, I did coordinate with Mr. Lilly and Mr. Womble as well through city engineers to try to get that ball rolling. Last thing I needed, because there is sewage on the ground at this point, was for us to decide, a month later that it is public, and then we've got to wait a month for the easements. Made no sense. So we can pursue them both simultaneously. Well, the council minutes, like I said, it opened up the possibility, but it still left us with a couple questions, some doubt. The The minutes mention the city builds the sewer line, but it doesn't say the city's responsibility for having, the construction of it. It doesn't say whether it's private or public. It doesn't stipulate what our responsibility is going to be after the fact. So we still don't know if it's private or public. They talk about the owner requiring easements. Is that a permanent maintenance easement for the city or just a temporary construction easement? We found nothing to the effect for either one. So, yes, we were pursuing both. At the time, and even to date, there's nothing that we found that says whether it's private or public. The home was built in 1905, I believe, from what I can find. The apartment complex was requested to be constructed in 1922. What pre-existed, it may have been on a septic. I have no idea. It's all private, so what they did, how they tied in, is unknown to us. The fact, we went back last Friday. I just sent a crew out last Friday. We ran a camera up again, and we came out, backtracked a little bit. Like I said, we try to help any way we can. Once some doubt was shed on whether or not it was public or private through the minutes from that council session, we did go out and install sweeps. We installed a sweep going both directions so we could camera it. We do that for a lot of the citizens, so if they have to hire a plumber, they have some information to go off of so they know what needs to be done, and people can't pull the wool over their eyes. So we did that. We cameraed it out then. We just did it again this past Friday. 58 feet up the line, there's a root ball. It's 4-inch terracotta. The fact that it's 4-inch means that they didn't even go by the council recommendation then in 1922. It's supposed to be 6-inch. So that sheds doubt on whether or not the city actually installed it. Did someone else install it? So we're still at the same place we were then. To me, it's from what we've assessed, it is a private line, and that's where we stand today.
Mr. Question. The line as it sits right now, I just want to make sure I understand this. Is this a line that goes from one house and then perpendicular back over to the line, or are there multiple houses
From
tying
what we
in?
can tell, because we can't give it 58
Right.
feet up into it, and that's from the right-of-way on Virginia Street. We go into the sweep within the right-of-way. We go 58 feet up, which is actually in the adjacent property. It's 311, not 309, to Mr. Lilly's property.
Mhm.
It's just before you get to Mr. Lilly's fence, about 10 or 15 feet, I think. So it is on the other person's property. Where the root ball is.
But the pipe itself serves
Runs-
multiple residences in
Yeah.
the way that a municipal line otherwise normally
It was
would.
installed, the way it was mentioned here, it didn't mention multiple connections or anything. A 4-inch line's
Right.
not supposed to have those anyway.
Right.
It mentions installing a 6-inch sewer line just for that Borden property. Now, did the septic go bad in 1940 for this house and they decided, well, there's a line going behind my property, let's tie into it? We don't know because we can't get the camera up any further than where we are. The line it goes from the Borden property all the way along the back of all those properties down to Virginia Street. In fact, it actually intrudes, to work on it, you'd actually have to get easements from a neighbor, 311, and plus the individual, the property behind that house, because it's right on the property line. It's more convoluted than you can imagine. We did get an easement just for Mr. Lilly's, but again, we didn't pursue it because it's everything indicates that it's private.
I have some questions, just for some clarity. So we're looking at 1905 to 1922 versus 2017 to now 2022. And you just identified that it was a recommendation by council, it was voted upon by council in 1922 to do a 6-inch. Your cameras showcased a 4-inch.
It's 4-inch.
So we can assume that the city did not do what, hold on one second. We can make the assumption, because it seems like that's what we're doing here. We don't have any definite answers, so we're making a lot of assumptions. So let's assume that the city council did not do what they said they would do back in 1922, and we have this problem here in 2022. So I would say, let's do the 6-inch like they agreed to do in 1922, because my thing is, if you can't definitively tell me that it's a private or a public line, which is what you said several times, to me, in my mind, all I know is that the city failed to do what it said it was going to do in 1922, and you proved that just Friday with your cameras. So would that help? Is that something
Well, the city wasn't responsible for doing it. The Borden property owner was gonna provide the materials and have the city install it. And I haven't seen any leases, any easements that were put in place or anything. So the Bordens didn't follow through with what the city's recommendation was. So since we didn't install it, we have no responsibility for maintaining it. It's undersized to have taps. It is completely out of spec. I mean, to have multiple taps, to have a sewer main, it needs to be 8 inches. So it should just be a single 4-inch line, a single property, and it's already not meeting those. I don't know when that house was tied into it, if it was
Right.
done at the same time. We
Right.
know none of that, but it's all private, and the city didn't have anything to do with it, and it's not to code today.
Okay, so one more thing. If we're at the point now where we can't determine if it's public or private, but it seems like we're making the determination by telling the property owners that it's their responsibility to fix. To me, that says to me that we have decided that it's private, so you're gonna have to fix it. So what can we do, being that we don't know? How is the city, outside of giving them some assessment so the wool is not pulled over their eyes, how are we gonna
We've
help?
done that. We've cambered. We know exactly where the problem is. It's a root ball.
Are we gonna fix it?
I can't go on private. I can't spend taxpayer dollars on private infrastructure. I have to spend it on public. I can't spend, I mean, then if we open up this set of precedents, then there will be others that'll want to change their private infrastructure because it's broken. Even when we, oh my goodness, lost my train of thought. Annex property, subdivisions, we make sure everything's up to code before we take it. Why would we take infrastructure that's broken to put the burden on our current taxpayers to pay for it? If he wants to bring it up to code, if he wants to get with the property owners, bring it up to code, make it an 8-inch main, we'd have to put a manhole at the Borden property and one end of the street to connect an 8-inch, to run an 8-inch main down the property, then we would take it over once it's brought up to code. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Of course, that's not my choice. That's not my decision. Y'all can do what, I mean, he came here to petition you. I'm just stating what we found on the city's behalf and what we found on the city's behalf.
Is there a main on
George and Virginia. Yes. And when property is built, it's up to the property owner to bring it to the city within the right-of-way. And that's what they did in this case. They just happens to go behind the property down to Virginia. Anytime you build a property, we have an issue now on Salem Church Road. Individual 20-some years ago decided he did not want to get off of a septic. He didn't want to tie into the city. So when the city brought sewer out there, he opted out. Well, now he wants to opt in 20 years later. The closest manhole is 100 feet away. You may be presented with that soon, but I mean, is it on him to come 100 feet to the manhole? There are very similar situations out there. So once we do one, I mean,
Well,
you're gonna have to judge the others in the same way.
my concern is you said the Borden didn't do what they were supposed to do.
And we're just speculating. I wasn't there. This was 100 years ago. But
Because-
based on the size of the pipe, I think we can conclude that what was discussed at the council session was not followed through with when the pipe was installed.
Okay, well, my concern is we shouldn't be concerned with what they did not do. We as a council need to do what we said that we were going to do.
And as a property
So that-
owner,
It doesn't matter what they didn't do. We need to do
Right.
what we said that we were going to do. So how can we fix
well,
that?
as a property owner, they're supposed to come to us through the right of way. That's what the Bordens were trying to do. They built the apartment complex, and I haven't looked at the elevations or the inverts, but I'm assuming that Borden property, it's closer to go to George Street, a lot closer to Virginia, but because it's further down the hill, I'm sure there's not enough fall for the sewer to run. So they had to go all the way down to Virginia, and that's what they do. They said, hey, we need to run it. This is the closest place I can tie in. I'm building this apartment complex, and they do what every other citizen does. Where's your closest tie-in? I have to get to it. And that's what they did. They tied in on Virginia. They ran it probably 300 feet or more, is what they did. So that's the onus is on the citizen when they build the property to tie into the city infrastructure wherever it's located.
I've got a question for you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Butcher. When you said it's terracotta pipe, is it the 12-inch pieces like they used to use, or don't you know?
I didn't look at that camera. I looked at the main coming down Virginia Street, but I didn't go. I just saw where it came in, where it was tapped, and it's hammered in. It's not a true tap.
I
It was a
know,
nice, but it is actually, I was told it's in pretty good shape to be 100 years old, but when you dig terracotta up that's been in moisture for 100 years and you get exposed to the air, it could crumble as soon as you open it up. As soon as we dig down, if someone digs down to do the repair, it could be a short section that needs to be repaired. I mean, we could have just cranked up the jet rotor and shoved it through the root ball, but we didn't want to do that because if we break something, we have to fix it. We went as far as we possibly could, like we do for just about everyone that we can, without breaking an ordinance or guidance where we're not supposed to spend taxpayer funds on private property. And we gave them the information, where it's located, and it could be just as simple excavate and replace a short piece of pipe, or it could just be drill through the root ball.
the reason I ask you that is because if it's those, you have a crack in between each joint. And I know from having septic tanks and seeing septic tanks in the
Tree-
rural areas, tree roots will go through those joints and expand those joints. And
There's a large tree right there. We kind of know which tree it is that's infiltrated, that's broken, whether it's a crack pipe or whether it's just going through a joint. I guess it doesn't matter. We know there are tree roots inside the pipe. We see it all over the city. I mean, we use root control in all of our systems to keep the roots out. We have to put it in annually, best we can.
Just one more question, Mr. Fletcher. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with having to run, having to run long sewer lines. I just did 150 feet. And that's in the middle of town, just because it comes out of the back of the house. So with this one, what you used an example a minute ago. Was it Salem Church?
I was just made aware of a situation at Salem Church that is a
So
gentleman.
that one's an individual property owner
Yes.
that's trying to get their individual property over to the main. And this one, we're looking at what is, let's be honest, very likely going to be a minimum of 4 individual properties that are all going to either end up running their own individual lines, because they're all going to have to abandon this line.
311's actually, we found out, it's tied directly into our main. It's not part of
Okay.
this. 311's not part of this discussion. It's on his property where it stopped up, where
Right.
the root ball is. But he has his own separate.
So he bypassed at some point.
He has his own separate line directly to our main.
And do we know what, I know you answered this just a second ago, but the apartments right now, do we know where they're flowing?
I've gotten no calls or complaints since 2017 from anyone other than Mr. Lilly. And this isn't personal, I'm just stating
Sure.
the facts.
Well, they're uphill, so that helps.
Right, well, it goes to his back property.
Right.
We walked it a few weeks ago. We went over and actually walked it, and some things had changed from 2017. 17, you could see where it was coming up as clean out. I didn't even see the clean out. I didn't see standing sewer in the yards. I don't know what the situation is. We didn't want to walk around too much.
I suspect that 307 would complain but for vacancy.
307, I think, is vacant. It's been vacant for a
Exactly.
while.
And I think that we would probably, so you're looking at least 2, and then I'm jumping to conclusions here, but most likely an apartment building as well, that are
And
all,
technically, they should all have their own separate line. They
Right.
should have all come to the city separately.
but a lot of stuff happens between.
Yeah, 1920s, you know. I mean, we
Exactly.
went through the Depression. People did kind of what they had to get by.
Right.
Mr. Lawrence, do you have anything to say to this?
Only thing I would say is the easement that was granted was, Mr. Lillard granted the city an easement to go and check on his property what the issues were. So at this point, I've asked Mr. Lillard if he's spoken to the neighbors. He says he really has not. Obviously, that's a question to ask the neighbor. When I send a plumber or somebody to come over here and just auger out the roof. But, I advise against the city doing that because as Mr. Fletcher just said, well, number one, you're encroaching on somebody's property, even if you're going underneath it.
Until that person says you can, you can't, number one.
Number two, you go on
There and mess it up, now the city's gonna have to fix it, because now they've done something to mess up this terracotta pipe.
the other option that you obviously have is the city decided they
Want to run,
a main down Walnut Street, and then the people can tie in directly from the front to, to the front of the property out on the Walnut Street, if that's the case.
Hold on, Mr. Lowe, you were about to say something.
I don't know how practical running it down Walnut Street would be, and plus it's going to, each of the properties are going to incur a large cost too, because they would have to bring it from their house out to the street, pay for the tap and pay for, and I don't know what, it could be done, I guess, but that's a extensive cost to the city to run it down Walnut Street. And we have several other streets that don't have sewer available, and people tied into what is available on alternate streets.
Mr. Lilly?
Yes, sir. Just real quick, if we are going to get legal counsel involved, I would request independent legal counsel because Everett, Womble, and Lawrence is the one who assisted me in recording the easements to begin with. So I would request independent legal counsel for the city to avoid any perception of conflict of interest. Additionally, I had a couple comments about
Come on up to the
yes, sir,
microphone.
about what Mr. Fletcher was saying that kind of upset me a little bit. So Mr. Fletcher just stated that he could only access that line from Virginia Street. However, in that email, he actually requested to go on my property to inspect the line from the other side, right? So he had permission to do that. He had permission to go on the property via an email, not an easement. Right there it says that the easements needed to be recorded to fix the line, not to access the property. So that's why Mr. Womble was helping me, the city attorney, to get those easements recorded. Now I would think if it's not the city responsibility, the city attorney would have said at the time that, hey, we're not doing this, right? He's assisting me in doing this. Additionally, we did have, I don't know if they ever got recorded, however, we did have the other property owners go ahead and sign easements as well with that office. So Everett, Womble, and Lawrence did have 3 easements that were signed by the property owners, Dr. Stovall and Sakura Limited, I believe was the other property owners, a company, but we had the owner go to the office and sign that easement as well. So we had all the easements recorded. I was out of town. I was in the Air Force away for TDY. Those other properties were vacant for a long time, right? So they weren't being used. There's no sewage backing up in my yard. Well, now there is sewage in the yard. I think it partly depends on the weather, right? If it rains a lot, then the sewage can't drain. But the other neighbor at 309 said that she is getting sewage that's running into her yard as well. And again, I really want to put emphasis on the economic side of that, whether it's public or private. Moving forward in the future, it's economically beneficial for the city as a whole to go ahead and repair that line. Because now we have the opportunity to get that vacant house back up and running, get residents in there who are going to pay property taxes and spend money down here. So economically, it makes so much more sense for the city to go ahead and take ownership of that line and make it right. Otherwise, we're going to be in a year-long battle with other property owners trying to figure out who pays for what. And the only people that are really, really negatively impacted are the people that live there, right? I have one person there that lives in my house for free. He lives there for free. I cannot charge somebody rent when they have sewage coming up in their bathtub, right, from the apartment building. I can assure you he does not use the bathroom enough to fill that yard and that bathtub, right? So now we're about to displace so many people and lose so much economic revenue for the city. Your return on your investment for that Tiger grant just went way negative as soon as those houses are vacant. You only have 2 occupied houses on that whole street for multi-millions of dollars of investment money. So, but yeah, I would like to clarify that in that email, I gave him permission to enter the property from the other side so they could assess it. And that's all I got, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just want to cover a couple of things that were mentioned in the, you want to come back up? And let me say what I'm going to say, because I want you to correct. So in the 1922 council meeting, the council agreed to install the line. The owner, Mr. Borden, was going to provide the materials, and it was designated to be a 6-inch line. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, but the line that was installed was not a 6-inch.
It's a 4, and it was intended to be for one property from what I can
Right.
tell.
And also, there's no record any place that you've been able to find where the city assumed any responsibilities for any post-installation maintenance or replacement. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
No easements, whether it was temporary or long-term care or anything.
And the city did not install that line.
I don't believe we did either.
For something, just for clarity, for something, a project that old, would we be able to recover the documentation that we did the job? Because see, now we still, we still playing, you know, we're still saying we could have or we couldn't have. So if, you know, is it possible for us to find?
Based on the lack of information and based on the size of the line, I don't think it was ever a public line. It was a single, just like every other single property line is 4 inches in the city. It was a single property line. The city owns no 4-inch lines. Our mains are 8 inches. So based on the lack of information and what little information we do know, I can draw the conclusion that it is a private line with confidence, I think. And like I said, if they want to upgrade it, I would, just like we would with anyone else, if you upgrade it to an 8-inch main, put the taps in appropriately. I mean, that line's supposed to only carry one property. It's supposed to have been a 6-inch because it was an apartment complex, multiple properties. So it was done wrong, even for a private line. And we had permission to come on the property, but I couldn't dig on the property. I can't excavate on a private line. We couldn't do that. We'd cross the line with taxpayer funds. So.
Okay, council, you've heard his comments. What do you want to do?
Can I clarify something, sir?
Sure.
So you found no right-of-way, right?
No easement.
No easement was given, right?
Well, now
But-
he's provided.
But there is nothing on plans any place that says the city owns a right-of-way to fix this line.
There's nothing
Right.
prior
Until-
to him getting the 3 he has now. I've
Right.
seen one that would indicate that we have any type of
And-
maintenance
and-
easement.
And if we were to fix it to bring it up to the city's code, which is an 8-inch versus a private code, 6-inch, how much does that estimate gonna cost?
To go behind the properties, 50, 75,000. Things are so fluid right now with prices for materials and availability and stuff. You'd have to install 2 manholes. You're talking.
As opposed to just taking
10.
the root ball out?
The root ball, that's definitely gonna be cheaper, even if you have to replace a section of line. It's just a small section. I mean, if it's bad 20 feet back, but that's,
I just wanted council to
yeah.
understand.
And that's terracotta, you run
Generic.
risk as soon as you open it up. It may be as simple as having somebody rot it out, a plumber rot it out and open it up, and it may work again. That's the holdup. I mean, he could have taken action in 2017, so.
But they'd have to hire somebody like King Plumbing.
Team plumbing, yes, sir.
Sir, just to clarify, I did have a plumber go out there, and he said it was a city problem. So I did hire an independent plumber to go out there to assess the situation, and that's how I ended up here. I didn't just go directly to the city because I had a blockage.
And
Councilman Pollock, you have a
Yeah, I was gonna use, and Mr. Rick can attest to this, I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, I called you about a
Yes, sir.
situation my mom was having. Very similar situation, location Quail Drive, so we're not talking about as old neighborhood as where Mr. Lilly lives. But they came out and she has home shield, and of course the plumber, I don't know if he was lazy, but he threw it on the city as well. When they came out, they did a great job, but long and short, she's having to pay. Of course, she has another home protection plan that's going to do the residential side to tie into a tap. But she didn't even. Can you articulate that? What actually happened? I don't know the actual
it
situation.
was a separate
I don't
line.
think
She had
was
two,
tied into a
she had
sewer.
two separate
Two separate,
taps.
because she had an add-on to her house, and
Right.
So
And it ended up with same thing. We went as far as we could without breaking an ordinance or using taxpayer dollars on a private side, but we
Right.
still cambered it out and identified that it wasn't that line, and gave her the information, and she made the judgment call. We gave her some heads up as far as what we thought it was, so when she talked to the plumber, she wouldn't be misled, I guess is a tactful way to say it.
Okay.
And again, we do that for everyone that we can. We'll push the rules as far as we can, but we just don't cross that line. We're spending taxpayer dollars on private infrastructure, but we help as much as we can. And I don't know if that helped you or not, but
yeah, it does, because I think
she ended up
hers,
having to,
they were kind of sporadic how they were tied into the line. Hers was one that unfortunately wasn't. So I didn't know the age of the area had anything to do with it, or it just happens in different ways that the property owner ties in to the sewer. So that cleared it up for me a little bit.
clears mud.
Yeah, clears mud. Yeah, and sewage.
And sewage. Now, we install the tap, and within the right of way, they come to us. So the same there. If we had to put a tap in, you put a tap in, We put a sweep in the right of way, and they come in and connect at the sweep, the clean out.
Thank you. Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
No, I was.
oh, okay. All right. Okay, council, what do you want to do?
Again, have we had any complaints from the apartment building at all?
So I actually spoke to them today. They don't have sewage backing up because there's a huge, like a 12-foot retaining wall between me and them. So they have over 12 feet of drop off. So unless that my house completely fills up and my yard completely fills up, then they're not going to have any problems. However, if city council doesn't take action, my solution is to run an independent line for my property rather than trying to corral all the property owners, right? And when that does happen, I don't know what they're gonna do because their line's not gonna run through my yard anymore. So, there will be issues if council doesn't take action tonight to correct the problem.
I don't.
Is that legal? Is that legal for him to cap the line?
Well, he can do what he wants on his private property. The city can't go on everybody's property and start maintaining their lines. And the city can't just decide to go on the neighbor's property and start digging it up and replacing the lines. They don't have the right to do that. That's why they provide a tap in the middle of the street so people can run it to the tap. Otherwise, the city's gonna be maintaining everybody's sewage in the whole town. Once you start with one, let's say, oh, but you still can't go on there without people saying you can go on there to actually maintain it and fix it. Zach's arguing there's easements out there that says that you have a responsibility to do that. I've not seen that. I've not seen the easements that says that. If there are easements other than Mr. Lilly's that Mr. Womble did, I've not seen those. Doesn't mean that they're not out there somewhere. But at the end of the day, again, if they're gonna grant an easement, then I'm gonna be the next person in line with some properties around town that I own, and I'm gonna give you an easement too, so you can maintain my sewage lines. And I think that's the problem you're gonna run into. If I can just give you an easement, you're gonna come maintain them. I've decided just to give you an easement. The city's not signing a contract or signing an agreement when an easement's being given. Okay, that's being granted a right of way, being given a reason or an opportunity to go in somewhere. It's not somebody saying, I'm gonna do this in exchange for that. So you don't have a contract. You just have an easement being granted, a right of way being granted to give the opportunity to use that piece of property, use that area. It's just like a road that's being given. You get an easement over some piece of land so you can get to a landlocked piece of land behind other houses. You have an easement to go across it. If you choose to never go across it, you choose not to go across it. But you have the right to go across it.
Okay, let me try to move this on. Is there a motion to reject, or excuse me, is there a motion to side with the Public Works that we have no responsibility to repair or replace the drain, which is the subject of this discussion? Or words to that effect? There's no motion.
I actually need a little bit more information before I can make a comment on that motion. I need to call a friend of mine who's involved in a lot of water line installations and things like that.
I'd like to do the same thing.
Would like to defer it?
I'd like to defer it.
The motion made to defer this matter. Motion's been made, is a second.
He second.
I second.
Oh, you second, okay. Motion's been made and second to defer. Any further discussion? All in favor of deferring the motion, raise your hand. So done. Thank you.
Wait, should we say defer until when? I'm sorry.
We're
'Cause
deferring
defer could mean
the
next
issue
year.
until further research is done on it.
Well, let's say no later than the first meeting in
April?
April.
Okay.
I'll amend that. If whoever made the motion, Bill, if you'll amend that to the first meeting, and
I'll amend that to the first meeting in April.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motions have been amended to defer it to the first
I just want to walk the property.
meeting in April. Have a motion
Second.
second? Okay,
Sure.
it's been first and second, or made and second. Any further discussion? All in favor deferring the 309 Walnut Street sewer issue to the first meeting in April. Raise your hand. All opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, next item is the NCLM voting delegate, Mr. Simon.
Yes, sir. So each member of the North Carolina League of Municipalities shall designate one delegate who will cast a single vote for the board of directors. I've done that in the past as a city manager, and I can do it again. Just want to make sure the council would like me to do that. If some council member would like to do that, they can certainly do that.
I make a motion that the city manager be the North Carolina League of Municipalities voting delegate.
I have a motion that the city manager be the delegate to the NCL conference. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor of the city manager being our delegate to the NCL meeting, raise your hand. Motion's carried. Okay, next item is utility rates. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. So we're going to need to talk about the utility rate increase at some point in time. Whether it gets done now or in a month from now or 2 months from now, hopefully not 3 months from now in June. So we are going through budget items this week, which will have an impact on this, but I wanted to bring it back to you again. If we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide. I guess I don't have this later here. Thank you, Laura. Okay, so the Stantec study that was briefed to you all in December, current water and sewer rates are not sufficient to meet the needs of the utility system. Rate increases will be required in the coming years. The level of those rate increases, a significant driver is your capital investment. And even with increases in water and sewer rates, resultant utility bills are within the average utility bill for Eastern North Carolina, 20%. This is a slide which describes your capital improvement projects. The estimates on the bottom right over there that total $218 million. The most significant ones would be in the fiscal year 2028, looking at $95 million for the water treatment plant. In fiscal year 2025, $65 million for the water reclamation facility. And then you can see different rates throughout there to handle above ground and below ground infrastructure. I think these requirements have been laid out there. The actual price would have to be looked at quite a bit closer, and the timing. For instance, the water reclamation facility is adding a fifth basin down there to increase the capacity, but if it stays dry and we can fix some of these inflow and infiltration problems, then maybe that can be delayed somewhat. The next slide shows, again from the Stantec study, that if you increased rates and you did the expected CIP and you even added the $2.558 million of ARPA funds that we decided in the last budget, you'd still go into a negative. Now, we won't do the capital improvements for this coming fiscal year. It says cash funded capital, $5.8 million. That would be a nice to have, but we haven't spent dime one of the $2.5 million, so that will roll into the next FY. You've already approved that. So if you do that, you've got $3 million less of cost there. But the point is you've got some out-year bills, and if you don't start increasing your utility rates, I think you're going to have some problems in the future, no matter how much ARPA funding you get. ARPA funding we can get from the state for per unit is $15 million. And if we put whatever amount of ARPA funding you want against this problem, it's maybe 10% of the problem, or 10% of the solution. You've seen this slide before. Goldsboro is about 20% below the average for Eastern North Carolina. This slide depicts with the 20% rate what you can look like at your far left is where your fund balance will go. The middle section in the bottom there is your cash in versus cash out. The slide to the right over there talks about your debt over time, your CIP, and your operational maintenance costs. I'm going to switch real closely to a 15% increase, and notice how those slide numbers change. look at the big debt increase you have, and the capital improvement when it takes place. So delaying any inevitable is not gonna be helpful. I think council should, there's been some questions from council members about a customer assistance program. I think we should consider that going forward, how you do that with a separate board or separate council members, or let staff take a look at that and provide you a presentation later on, could prove important. You know, if you use the $2.5 million that was up there for capital improvement from ARPA, we'll do that. Do we want to do it in this fiscal year, this next budget cycle, another $2.5 million? When you might need that in the general fund to fund things like a fire truck for $1 million, or road work for $1 million, or $1.5 million, or $2 million it should be done. By not charging these rates, you're not allowing people to pay for the bills that they should be paying for. If they have people who can't afford these bills, the low income, you have low income housing water assistance program that's been talked about, and we could potentially set up a program for the customer assistance program. For instance, if you put $100,000 in the general fund towards it, you might help the people who need that amount of help. I hope that makes some sense to y'all.
Well, we have talked about a rate increase for months, and talked about it at the retreat. And I said then we were moving towards preparing our budget for the 22-23 year, and we had to address this issue and come to some resolution. I want to mention that the Santac recommendation of 20% increase, but before I do it, according to our billing department and our finance department, $68 is the average utility bill in Goldsboro each month, and a 20% increase of that would be $13.60, and it would bring the bill up to $81.60. A 15% increase would be a $10.20 increase, bringing the bill up to $78.20. A 10% would be $6.80, bringing the bill from $68 to $74.80. And a 5% is $3.40 increase, expanding the bill or increasing the bill to $71.40. So those are the basic increase in charges that would be affected based on those four percentage of increases. I believe we've had clear understanding that our infrastructure is in need of a lot of work, that our rates are under the norm for cities our size in this region, but it's up to the council to decide whether or not we want to increase the rates. So is there any discussion?
One thing I looked at, Mr. Mayor, was the rate history between 2008 and 2011. 4 years, they went up 50% in those 4 years.
Right.
You know, and then we didn't have any rate increases except for a 2% until 2021. During that period of time, every time and Catherine wasn't here, but every time the finance director came before this council to give a report on the utility side of our expenses, she always told us the utility fund was very solvent. And we didn't hear anything different until probably 2020. And, you know, you might say, well, why didn't you know any different? Well, why would I not believe the finance director? You know, when Catherine tells me stuff, I'm gonna believe her, because she knows more about it than I do. But it's regrettable. We should have gone up an average of probably 5% per year all during that period. And had I known it was that bad, I would have suggested it. But I can't go back in history and make adjustments.
And I think I agree with you on that point, but I want to bring up too, I think that the hurricanes that Florence and so forth, showed us that we had a lot of problems that we had to spend monies for. But I agree with you that about the lack of continued or keeping focused and being aware of that situation, not putting money in it.
Well, the main reason Mount Olive Pickle wants to move to Goldsboro is because Mount Olive has a moratorium.
Right.
They don't have any sewer space, any wastewater treatment space. And, you know, I could ask the mayor of Mount Olive if that's true. And
If you don't increase the rates, you're gonna get a really good rate.
Where is the, I would like to see the assessment that has a, detailed list of what needs to be done and how much that would cost, because, you know, I see the CIPs, and from what I understand from one of our employees that just left, is those CIPs, everything was done in-house. So I'm not talking about Stantec specifically. I want to see where we did an assessment so that we know specifically what needs to be done and how much it is going to cost us. Can you provide me with that information? Do we have it?
So the Stantec study talks about all the CIP requirements, but you're right, those CIP requirements are estimates. There's no detailed studies on what those costs are. And I think that's because that costs money to do those studies, and we didn't have enough money to even keep operations running. So that's why that hasn't been done. If you want to do that, we can do that. But I'm telling you, the rates are going to be an issue.
Where are we with the county? I was in that room and in that meeting with you and city manager, and the county talked about they were going to do an assessment and we would be covered in that assessment, so we would have the numbers. Have we heard any more about that?
There's what's called an asset inventory assessment. Each city has $150,000 for drinking water and wastewater each. So the city of Goldsboro has $300,000 that's going to be put on studies to understand the status of those lines and such. And then there's $100,000 for a merger feasibility study. So the city of Goldsboro is getting $400,000 to look at these types of things. You can wait if you want to get that study. It'll be done in 3 months, and then try to jump through hoops, if you will, to fix this just before the end of the budget cycle in June, or we can do it sooner than later.
I mean, we don't know. We haven't.
Yeah,
We've only assessed it with Stantec based on the criteria of the CIPs that we gave to them.
Right.
So that's what they did the assessment based on what we provided. I would like to see someone go in and actually, I'm not denying that what they said is not an issue because we've seen some of it, but I'm just saying I would like to see someone do an actual assessment on what needs to be assessed and then see what those numbers look like.
Part of the reason for bringing it sooner than later is because other people like the county and other organizations need to budget for this type of funding if you're going to increase it as well. So,
Well, I am not in agreement with an increase of 20% utility rate. We've got several pockets or pots of money that's allocated for utilities. I would like to see that done before we decide as a council on what we're going to do. I would like to see just how much it would cost to have everything fixed. So we're getting $8.8 million, and seemingly to me, if our utility is a problem, then that's where our money should go, to fix our problem first.
Well, I think it's important that we start somewhere and at least start on the correcting the problem right now. We can sit and wait for assessments, and all we need is just wait and hope something happens. But I think we need to do something tonight so that we can get moving on this project while we're waiting for all these other answers. Estimates are fine, but we don't know what they're going to run into in the middle of the project on any of them. But we need to start now. We're the lowest in the whole east, and we need to start moving right now. We could keep saying we're waiting for this, but we need to start now and at least start banking some money into our fund. That's just the way I feel about it.
Any other comment?
I know a while back, Mr. Aycock and I had spoken of a hardship account, as we talked about earlier. And I was one of the biggest people against the 17.5. We took a tour during the retreat of the facilities, and what I saw and what I heard from the operators was very, very bad. My biggest thing that I'm leery of, and as I said when I came in, that we were kicking the can down the road, procrastinating. Basically what bothers me is inflation. As we all see now, a carton of eggs is not what it cost last year, a gallon of milk, gallon of gas. I'm just fearful that if we procrastinate now during this administration, that we'll inherit the same thing that we did when we came in office. As Mr. Aycock said, the years that there was no increase based on listening to his finance director. And I asked the question myself, why didn't we do incremental rate increase? I would hate to see, if we don't do anything, the next administration, even if I'm not here during the next term, that they may inherit a 50% rate increase due to inflation, due to any of the variables, supply and demand. Infrastructure is a thing going across the country, as we know. So, of course, the resources that we need to fix are probably going to be a lot higher next year or even a couple months down the road. I'm not a fan of any increase myself. As I was speaking to someone the other day, my wife and I are not what you consider millennials. I think we're Generation X, but if we were to lose our jobs today, we wouldn't get a check in the mail. You know, we wouldn't get a pension or Social Security as many of the elderly, which my mom is a single person that has to kind of manage her bills. But I would be also affected by a rate increase, and I most definitely don't want to have to. But I think, as Mr. Broadway said, something has to be done in the wake of this situation. I don't want to pay, and we're all affected as councilmen when we make these decisions. We're not exempt from any of these choices that we make. I have a mother, like I said, that lives alone, that's elderly. My decision will affect her as well, but like I said, something does need to be done now. Not saying 20% in the next few years, as I've said in the past, going up, but like I said, if we wait too long, 20% getting shot down now, maybe 50% for the people, or the people that are in the next campaign cycle, or whoever is in these seats. And I don't want them to have to feel the pressure that I felt coming in, having to make a decision this tough. And that's all I have.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with that.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree that we do have to do something. You know, I'm not blind to that.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree that we have to do something, but I'm not agreeing to 20%. I am agreeing to, we look at this money, see how much we can put toward it, and then see what the least amount of
Right.
increase can be.
Yes, ma'am.
But I am not agreeing to a 20%. I think that we all need to sit down and take a look at that and listen to our constituents. and come up with the right decision that is for us and that what we can work with in our budget.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem brings up some excellent points about inflation, about these things are not going to get less expensive as time goes by, and also that we made a good decision at retreat, that we allowed some money to be moved around so that we can absolutely invest in a protection plan to be able to ensure that we're looking out for those that are going to be the hardest hit by whatever number it is that ends up coming across this dais. No one looks forward to this vote. No one's blood pressure is going down right now, whatever number it is. This is a hard decision. It's a hard conversation. It's unfortunate that we're in the situation that we are, but we are more fortunate to be where we are talking today, where there is at least a solution in front of us that is not catastrophic, that doesn't stop our city from growing, that doesn't stop us from being able to continue to be a regional economic engine. And I'm grateful that we have identified it when we have. I'm grateful that this is not a 50% conversation, or whatever other number even bigger. But yeah, this is a hard decision. And as long as we are looking at both the industrial rates as well as the residential rates, as long as this is an across-the-board conversation, then I feel that we're moving in the right direction, as hard as that decision is.
One more thing. Like I say, during the 2008 to 2011, where they had those increases, that was about the time that Richard Durham was finance director. And he retired then, and then you see nothing at all. So, they saw in 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011 where corrections needed to be made. But then it drops off to nothing. So, I'm not blaming the finance director at all. I wouldn't dare do that. But there is a variable there that just doesn't make sense.
So why don't we, well, I get that, but long before I came on this council, I also heard about these things being issues, about these projects that need to be done. So this is not new news to us, but there's nothing that we can do about what has not been done up until this point. But I do want to specify that these needs were talked about before now. They was talked about before I came on board. So so why don't we just put the whole 8.8 towards it?
If you put the 8.8 towards it, you won't be able to put it towards anything else in the general fund. I think you're going to find you're going to need it in the general fund. I don't think your current tax rate and the increases in sales tax are going to allow you to do what we want to do over there in the general fund. We'll take a look at that as the process goes forward. I don't have those revenue estimates, and we haven't totaled all the costs of what the department's put forward. But for the sake of using your American Rescue Plan in the utility fund, now that we have additional options on how to use it, again, it may cost you $100,000, $150,000 in the general fund that you could use for a customer assistance program to help those out that truly need that assistance.
Well, no offense, but that question was really directed towards the council.
I'm sorry.
Well, I at the retreat, I did talk to city manager about putting all of it there, because that's where we need it. And I knew that there would be further discussion whenever we talked about the vote that we made for the money to go into personnel. My question was why we couldn't put all of that toward the utility.
Or keep a meal so we can do whatever it is. But if it's at the discretion of the council to decide what we do with that money, until we get better assessments, because I'm not going to say that that's not important. That's not important. And I do agree that something has to be done. I'm just not confident in saying that what we have before us is, to me, suffice enough. So if we have the opportunity to move some money, then let's put it towards that while we get these studies done. If we're talking about 2 or 3 months, we can go ahead and take that pot of money that you guys moved and put it towards that, and then when we get this 400,000 or whatever that number was, I don't want to quote it because I can't specifically remember. I know it was 100,000 for something and then 350 for something else, I guess. I don't know. But that's just an option. I'm just throwing it out there because raising the rates ain't the only option. I just want us to explore, all of those. Back in 2019, we spoke to a, water bill relief policy. Nobody wanted to even look at it or touch it. So now we're talking about providing some assistance and stuff, for the water bill, and that's something that I totally support. We should figure out how to do that, as well as just go ahead and move the money.
Well, Councilman Matthews, I did speak to, I think Taj may have said something about, but I did too speak at the retreat of coming up with the committee to look at assistance for the utility bill. And I would like for it to go as, be a commission committee. And I'd like for us to look at that as soon as we can.
Okay, council, what are we going to do? Are we going to just hold off again like we have in the past? Or are we going to bite the bullet and raise the rates that we should have been raising previously?
Or are we going to move the money? I don't think we should just have those two options. If moving the money is the option that we have too, why not put that on the table as well? If not all of the money, then some of it. We have options. So let's look at all the options.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we move the rates 20% at this time.
We have a motion to increase the utility rate by 20%. Is there a second?
I second.
We got a second. Is there any discussion?
I disagree with moving the rates to 20% at this time. If we have other options, I think we need to take them. I have constituents that cannot afford this 20% rate. 20% is too high. And that's my take.
And if you're making that motion out of spite, it's so unnecessary. Because if we have other options and we want to do what's best for the residents, which is what we keep saying, there's other options. So I haven't heard what anybody wanted to do with that 8.8. You were so adamant about having the flexibility to do something. I haven't heard an innovative idea come from this council yet. I haven't heard an idea that could be progressive for this city yet. And the one that we did make, the one that I did hear, y'all shot it down because of the person that it came from. So if you're making that motion to spite me, it ain't about me. It's not about me. It's not about me. The least we can do is say, let's test it and see. Our city manager said he would see the numbers. Let him test the numbers and see what that would look like if we applied some of that money. We don't have to do it tonight. We got another meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. Or let's call a special meeting on Friday. Let's give him till tomorrow to crunch them numbers. Let's give him till Thursday. Why is this the end all? And while I know that this was coming around after our last appointment, I knew this was coming back up again. But if we want to do something for the residents like we say, let's allow our city manager to crunch the numbers like he said he could, and let's bring it back.
I think it's only right for us to explore all of our options before raising this rate to 20%.
Salmon, you had something to say?
Yes, sir, ma'am. I need to know what numbers you're talking about, because I can't do studies that cost tens of thousands of dollars in time.
That's not what I was saying.
For the project that has to do with a water treatment plant or the water reclamation facility or some of these other lines.
That's not what I was talking about.
Which piece are you talking about? The customer assistance program or?
No. When I mentioned moving that money, you mentioned that you could see what that, if we was to apply, let's say 8.8, and maybe, I don't think we should apply the whole 8.8, but let's just use that number. If we was to apply that, you could put that number towards what we're looking at here with the increase. So instead of putting the 20%, we're putting the money that we just applied. And now how do those numbers come out? Now that we have this pot of money that we're applying to our problem, what do those numbers look like? What do they come out looking like now?
So if you want to know, 8% is about $175,000. So 20% raises $3.5 million. You would have to replace that with $3.5 million of ARP funding every year. So what you've already made a decision on last budget cycle was you're going to put 1.7 million of the first tranche, 4.4 million, into ops, maintenance, personnel on the general fund side, and 2.56 million would go towards the utility fund, which is going to pay for CIP above ground stuff that we need to do that doesn't even touch your water treatment plant, your water reclamation facility. If your water treatment plant needs to be fixed after we get this assessment done for $26,000 over the next couple of months, if that cost you $1 million or whatever, you don't have anything laid against that. You could use the American Rescue Plan again, but you got 4.4 million left of that. So how are we going to use that is something that gets determined in this budget cycle.
I think we need to apply as much money toward the utility to fix that, and then see what is the lowest amount that we can increase, since you want to increase. Do that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, ma'am. It's basically delaying the price increase for another year or two.
No, it's not. If you put a certain amount, am I not making this clear?
Yeah, no,
if you put a certain amount toward it, and then look and see how much a minimum increase, 5%, 2%, not 15 and 20. What can we do to help instead of increasing this water bill 20%? If we apply a certain amount, a certain percentage to it.
Right.
Am I making sense?
No, I understand you, ma'am, and I'm just saying that 8% is 175,000. So
It was too small. We got 20% again next year. That's why I'm saying.
That's not written in stone. Just because they say we have to do 20%, that's not written in stone.
Mr. Manager,
yes, sir.
I have a question. So if we were to go with the motion but attach to it that some form of hardship, as you said earlier, could be budgeted, could that be attached to it? Before we apply this, say, hey, we're going to implement a hardship account, whereas if these people that cannot afford their water rate, and then how much time will we have to come up with that commission to implement a way that these people could get help? Because like I said, it's going to go up $13
So
with the
if you go up
20%.
$13 a month, it's like $150 a year, right? So $150 a year times, say you have 600 customers, 600 homes that need help, I think that math adds up to almost $100,000. If you have more customers that need help, maybe you put more against it.
Because one of the things that I was looking at in my district specifically, I think Goldsboro has 7 housing districts that are exempt from paying water. The homeowners, such as myself and many of us on the council, are absorbing the cost of people that are not paying. And unfortunately, when the county presented their proposal about their relief plan, you had to fall under a certain wage, which people in my category have hardship with water. So I don't think it needs to just be limited to low income, because one of us may have a hardship. And I think we need to put that in the language of this increase, that all applicants on the first come, first serve until the budget is, depleted. But how do we go as far as, I know the motion's on the floor, making the decision as to how much we're going to put into that hardship account? Because I think that needs to also be a part of the motion moving forward, that we're going to go with this. However, these people that are having to pay extra $13 a month are going to have access to getting money if they run into a hardship. So I don't know how we can articulate that in this motion?
I've talked to the UNC School of Government. I could give you a presentation on that at the next council meeting. There are some charts and ways to take a look at what those costs could be.
And I know there's a motion on the floor, I don't want to be out of order, but in as much as we
Are you in
deferred.
discussion? It's
Okay, I'm sorry. But as we deferred, if you said that next week, those numbers, I do think we do need to go up, but I also want to make sure that we do have a concrete way that we can set up a hardship account. So,
And then we need to discuss what those hardships are. Is it just an income level? You mentioned some other, whether it's medical, I don't know. I don't think the finance department and our water billing department wants to get into determining who is
right.
qualified. You probably would want to use a nonprofit for that we have to look at. So,
I think the variables there of determining who might be or might not be eligible for assistance, or I'm suggesting that there may be one not clearly identified at this point in order that they be put into the motion. So I would suggest that we would go ahead and move forward on the motion, and then if we want to establish a commission or some organization, then make that a separate one with the criteria and so forth to be established.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that at next meeting, we need to be prepared to vote on some direction for moving forward to establishing this commission, whatever that direction is. That's something that every member of this council that I've spoken to about this subject knows that knowing that we were going to have to go up, that's a piece that is an absolute deal breaker. That's got to be put in place as quickly as possible. Right now, for those that are or may not be aware, the county's plan right now is federally funded. At some point, those funds may go away. There's probably a framework there that could be used in some way, and then possibly absorbed into the city for the city customers. There's a lot of complexities there, but I absolutely agree that needs to be next meeting.
I think it needs to be put in place before we vote. So you've been talking about this for a while, and then I'm discussed it on, I didn't realize that you had, and then I talked about it, and we still don't have anything in place. So we vote on this, and then we still don't have anything in place after we vote on it, and so then we have increased, and we have not helped our constituents. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I think it's great, because I'm really all for it, but it needs to be done before we discuss any increase, and we need to have it up on the ground running.
So is there a motion there to amend the?
First, okay, vote. I think we have to vote on the motion that's on the table and been seconded, right?
It's been seconded. They can withdraw it or they can amend it. Okay, they can do that if that's the case.
Wants to amend the motion?
I have not amended the motion. I think, I don't want to amend the motion. I want us to establish that commission at the next meeting, all of us knowing that. But I don't want to amend the motion.
If you don't make a motion to amend it or withdraw it, there's a motion on the floor with a second, so it's up for a vote after discussion is done.
Okay. Whatever
It
we
can either
do.
fail or succeed.
And I just want to say this one thing. We're talking about this commission, which I think it was great. I thought it was a great idea in 2019 when it first came up. However, that money runs out too. So, that's something that we got to think about too. And me personally, I don't want to put a cap on none of it. If anybody walked through that door and said they need some help, we should be able to help them. But that's not what we're going to do. We're going to have to put some type of low to moderate income. We're going to try to put this and that, put all these different labels and stuff on people, and the people who need the help sometimes are going to get overlooked, and then the money's going to run out. Then what? And I want you to think about that too while we're talking about this commission, which is great. I supported it. I wanted to do it in 2019. So I want us to think about all of those variables. What happens then when the money runs out? The problem's still there. Then what? I want to know what happened with the 17.5. I want to see where that money went. What projects did that help? Where I want to see where that money is. So the city manager, if you can send me that information, because I would love to share it with the people in my district who are asking the same.
17.5% increase?
I'm asking you to send me that information via email of where those monies, when we did the rate increase, where that money specifically went and to what projects is what I want to see. So if you could send me that information, and to all the council, I would appreciate it.
Okay, we have,
It's been stated before that the 17.5% allowed you not to go negative. That's basically running your operations right now.
I still would like for you to send it to me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
okay, we have a motion that's been seconded to raise the utility rates by 20%. We've had discussions. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion's carried.
Of course it is.
Next item is the funding for our charitable organizations.
Sir, so funding for your charitable organizations, council will need to determine who's going to make a decision on which charity gets funded. You'll see on the chart that you've been provided and is on the screen that in FY 21-22 adopted, you funded charities for $464,000, the majority of which was the Goldsboro Wayne Transportation Authority for $303,000. This year requested is a similar amount from GWTA, but overall with the additional ads, you're looking at $771,779. So you've got a significant amount more money that someone's going to have to determine who gets funded or not.
Okay, we, in the past, we have appropriated monies for nonprofits. And I think one of the first questions we ought to ask ourselves are, do we want to continue to appropriate monies for nonprofits, taxpayer money?
My opinion is, we're making decisions of how we're going to give our taxpayers' dollars to nonprofits. The nonprofits I give to, none of them's on here, but I contribute to them. And I don't expect my tax dollars to be determined by the city council on where you're going to place those dollars. I mean, I guarantee if you went to every nonprofit in Goldsboro, they all have needs. But at some point, we've got 400 and some odd employees who have not had a raise in years. And, you're looking at 400, and Catherine, you may have to help me on this. How much does a 1% salary increase impact the city?
About $250,000.
So you're looking at close to 2% just that we're giving to nonprofits. And I'm not opposed to nonprofits. I think they do a wonderful job, but at some point, they can't rely on the city for funding. I mean, when I look at some of these figures that they're asking for, here's one down here for $71,000. They're asking for an appropriation. That's probably their budget for the whole year. And I'm almost to the point where I say we don't fund them.
Well, that's also the requested amount. It's not. It doesn't say that's what they have to get. This is what each nonprofit requested. So if you look at 2021 and even 2020, you can see what they got versus, because a lot of these nonprofits, they ask for the same amount that they're asking for now. I see some differences in their numbers based on our old budgets, our old minutes. But a request doesn't necessarily mean they have to get allocated that amount. So are you saying don't fund nonprofits at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think we should invest in our nonprofits. However, I think we should take a really hard look at this list. And we all got a letter last year once the board decided to cut a particular nonprofit. And they gave us some real vital information about revenues and different things that some of these nonprofits are bringing in. And I think that should be considered as well. There's a couple of organizations up here that I don't think we should fund. But I do think we should pour into our nonprofits, especially our people that are boots on the ground, that are providing services for our residents. I just think that's important.
Any other comment?
Well, I just want to say one thing. This council certainly does not have the ability to vet some of these programs, whether we give them to them or before. And we certainly do not have a way to determine outcomes or projects. That's not what we're about to do. And I know that the county allocates a certain amount of funds and it uses United Way, who will vet these nonprofits, and they will also determine the outcomes. And I know when I was on the Tuscarora Council of Boy Scouts, I couldn't believe they asked us with Boy Scouts to give them outcomes. Everybody knows the Boy Scouts do good things, but we had to prove to United Way that we did positive things. And my point is we come up with an amount, and that United Way, who has the ability to do that. And
I have
that's
a question.
just my point.
How much does United Way, how much will we have to pay them
We don't pay them
to
anything.
vet?
They take about 10%
I
administrative
don't
fee
know
of
what
your.
they do, but it's,
Okay, so that 10% we could give to someone else.
And we just raised the rates. We just raised the rates, and we're willing to pay an organization to vet people. In times past, Ms. Catherine, we have only serviced a certain group of people in giving our nonprofit funding. This year, we made it open, we made it public. I'm so excited to see about 7 different nonprofits on this list that otherwise would not have had the opportunity to be funded because we honed in on this certain group of people. Nothing against the United Way, but organizations that are at the bottom of this list is not going to be outside of the pregnancy center, is not going to be on United Way's scope. If we didn't have a vetting process before, or whatever our process was like prior to now making it open, let's use that same process. Why do we need to hire an organization at 10% and we just raised the rates to our residents, and we're gonna pay an organization for a group of few people to make a decision when we were elected to be the decision makers? We're gonna give that responsibility to someone else and then we're gonna pay them to do it. No, these are our people. These are our residents. These are our organizations that are boots on the ground, and I don't even know if some of y'all even know half of these people. The Vision of David. We all seen Thomas Rice, MLFL. We see the work that he's doing. Passionate Beginnings. Not sure if you know what that organization is either. Have you guys even looked at what these organizations do? These are the people that are out front doing the work. And they ask for 10 grand. Freedom Fam Youth comes out of his pocket every month, every day, pouring into our kids. Some of our kids that can't go to the Family Y. And I'm so afraid that if we turn it over to someone else, these organizations are going to fall by the wayside because you know what? They haven't had that mentorship. So if we want the United Way to help us and we want to partner with the United Way, provide some mentorship. So these nonprofits know how to be attractive so they can win these grants. Because there's no help. That's why that extension was so important to me. Some of these nonprofits who are established and are really doing the work, They don't have that mentorship. They don't know how to fill out the grants. They don't know what paperwork they're supposed to be having. And okay, you can say that's your fault. No, I say it's a community and it takes a village. So let's everybody do it. You want to use the United Way? Let's ask them how can they establish some type of mentorship program. And while I recognize they've been doing a series for nonprofits, but you know what? A nonprofit that has 2 people, they can't benefit from those series. The information that they're providing doesn't even affect them.
Let me say that in regards to the United Way, I guess I'm responsible for bringing them into the discussion because I went out to speak to the director about how they manage their nonprofit. And she explained to me that they have a commission, I call it a commission, it could be a committee of people, volunteers that serve on it, and it's not 2 or 3 people, it's 10 or 12 at least, that reviews the applicants for funding. They do a very thorough job of ensuring that those people, those agencies or nonprofits that apply are legitimate. I hate to use that term, but legitimate, that their jobs, their mission that they state is being done, and their accountability, et cetera, et cetera. And they do, as has been mentioned here, a charge of 10%, I'll call it a management fee, whatever you want to call it there. So I brought that, I asked Sherry to come to the retreat and speak to that. I wanted the council to see that there's a other way, another opportunity for us to make these decisions, or these decisions to be made without the personalities and our sometimes biased opinions get involved in it. So that was the purpose of me bringing United Way in. If the council doesn't want to involve the United Way, well, I'm sure Ms. Archibald is not going to lose any sleep over it. She's got a hands full on doing other things. But I just wanted to make clear that I'm just offering that as a methodology for this process. And I think my question goes back, do we want to allocate monies for this? Has been spoken to. Does anyone else want to speak to that issue?
I just want to say that in as much as we make decisions for our boards and commissions with the city, I think we also need to have input in where our money goes. Councilmember Matthews has been supportive of Freedom Fam Youth, which is one of my classmates, which has never asked for money before. And we've seen what he's done from Dillard Academy to what he does independently. And I just, like she mentioned earlier, I think a lot of people will be off the radar that even know what these organizations do. Mr. Rice, MLFL, who has his line item request up here. I know, I think it was 2 years ago, we cut out the Waynesboro Park, which was to me a good mark off, because what I see in that area was just a flood zone. But I do think, and I like to pride myself in being able to choose from some of these new organizations and give them the support as a council member to show that we support them. I think we've been doing pretty good in the past. I most definitely don't want to get rid of it because I am seeing some organizations that have been just getting piecemeal type donations, and I do want to see us as a city be supportive of these, I guess we say, arms of the community that are doing so much that we may not even know about. But I see one here, a couple here, that I would like to actually have money and oversee. And once we do get a report, maybe we need to put in the language of, once we do give them that, then we can ask for a report from them. If they receive the funds or the monies, that they can give us a report, that we thereby could vet them in the future to justify giving them future funds. But that's just my recommendation and all I have to say about it.
Well, my concern here again too was I want to make sure, I have to admit I'm not familiar with all of these, I'm familiar with many. I would like to see all of them to receive money that they need. I would like for us as a council to be able to do that, us, to take a look at them. I know that it may take some time, it may take some work, but I think it's important that we know these organizations that have asked us for money as city council. I think we should know them. I don't think they should just be a name on a piece of paper, you know. So that's why I think we all should have an opportunity to get to know them, and then we choose ourselves. I believe that we should invest in nonprofit, but I also believe, and this may not be the right time, but I do think we need to look at our employees as well, and they do need to get a raise. And I don't know when and where that would come up, but I agree with you there.
Well, you know, I think when they make an application for these funds, they need to give us the scope of what their nonprofit does and the number of people it serves. I mean, that would make it easier for me to determine, you know, I can't see giving anything to the Waynesboro Model Railroad Club. I mean,
But they do in the application, and that's where we have to make sure we're being good stewards of our processes. They have in that application process where they have to provide this certain information that you're asking for.
Ms. Matthews, I'm sorry, I just cannot hear you.
Okay. And let me be clear too, I do support the raises for salary. So I agree with you there, council member. I just don't agree with taking away from them and putting it there. I think we can find other places to pull money from. But in that application process, there are certain information that they have to provide. And if they don't even meet those requirements, it's not gonna come to us. Our staff that gather these applications are not going to allow an application to get through if they didn't meet the requirements. And in the application, there are certain questions that they ask that would answer some of the questions that you may have here tonight. So maybe if those applications are available, then you can see those applications. But also we have the opportunity to go online. We can go to the Secretary of State website. There's other ways that we can go and find out about these nonprofits and to see what they're doing. And some of these big name organizations, you may find that maybe they're not doing what we think they should be doing with the money or what we would like to see, but that's neither here nor there right now. But maybe we can find a specific dollar amount. So instead of, you know, everybody's requesting different numbers, let's say we give them $5 grand, we give them 10 grand. I know that's not a lot of money to some people, but it'll help us have a cap on our money. So every year we only put in this amount of money for our nonprofits, no matter how many they are. So if we got 100, and I'm hoping this list continues to grow. I'm so excited to see these groups that we never see on this list, or I haven't seen it since I've been up here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want us to miss out on this opportunity to support these people. So maybe we can come up with a dollar amount. How do you guys feel about that? Just finding a specific number.
sounds good to me.
I was about to suggest that too.
Great minds think alike, huh?
I just want to tell you that all this has got to be tracked. So if you do 120 organizations for $5,000 each, or 40 organizations, that's great, but it's all got to be tracked. It's all got to be made sure it's on the up and up, if you will. So.
But that's always been our system, right? So we're not doing anything new.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So does the board, the council want to establish a dollar amount tonight?
I think that's something we need to think about.
Yeah.
Okay, just,
I don't know if I'm ready for that tonight.
so we're going to defer that again?
To the next meeting.
Mayor, I move we table this to the next meeting. I also agree that we just raised rates, and to then, I realize one's an enterprise fund, one's a general fund, but it's all things that's raised from our citizens. I would have a hard time raising rates and then saying we're going to give out $771,000. So I think that this is a good approach. It allows the conversation to move forward. Let's set a reasonable cap. Given that there has been so much aid floating around, I don't know what that number is, but probably somewhere between 2021 and 2022, and then let's come up with a means of distributing that. So, Mayor, I move that we table this to the next meeting, allow staff to have a little bit of time to devise a framework based on what caps somewhere in between those two numbers. It's a long motion, I apologize.
Okay, we have a motion to defer this to the next meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Real
Raise
quick,
your hand.
Mayor. City manager, the Goldsboro Wayne transportation, that's set in stone, right?
Yes, we need to do the GWTA funding unless you want to have less
Those are-
GWTA.
Those
service.
are matching funds.
Right. Can we,
Set that aside. Go ahead and do it.
huh?
Sorry,
Which-
I
no,
didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
interrupt. I was
No, you're
agreeing with that. I
interrupting.
did not
What
mean to
you-
interrupt you.
No, you had an idea. What's your idea?
Just go ahead and set that aside, approve that, and then everything else we'll table for next meeting of some capped amount.
Well, no, we could still go
think
with
we
what you
need to
said.
wait.
I would like to see, what that looks, we see what our other nonprofits, they have to provide us with, what is this money for? Some type of budget, right, Ms. Catherine?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So we, kind of like an itemized list of where that money goes and why they want to have this dollar amount. So does GWTA provide us that same outline?
They should have. I did not see the document this year, but they do, and that's federal money, so.
Huh. Okay. Do you mind looking and see? Because, there's a lot that I want to see with GWTA. Case in point, some benches that you talked about before.
All these organizations have provided documents to one degree or another. They need to provide a budget application, requirements documents, W-9 forward, board of directors, agency's detailed budget, 990, audited financial statements, COI, articles of incorporation, 501c3 letter, quarterly financial statements.
Yep,
That's what
thank
they
you.
should all be submitting. To one degree or another, they may or may not have done that, depending on the organization. So we can provide that documentation. As we go through the budget cycle and determine how much money or how tight things are, that might determine what degree of funding you want to give to these organizations. But we really need to understand a process on how that's going to be decided. Is council going to make the decision? Do you want to put together a committee of council members or other people that do this offline? Because if you want to review, I don't know how many we got here on this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 organizations across all these requirements. That's going to take some time.
But that's what I'm saying. They've already met the requirements, right? We've already looked at.
No, they haven't.
So we just
not everybody has
accepted-
submitted all these things.
We accepted their applications. We haven't even decided if they were 501c. We haven't done that framework yet.
Correct. For instance, MLFL. I don't want to get any specifics.
No,
right
let's
now.
not call names. What I'm asking is, we are making a decision to fund organizations that we don't even know we can fund.
I'm asking for the process. What do you want? How do you want to do this?
I think, baby, that done opened a whole nother can of worms now, in my opinion.
I think we need to, we
'Cause it
need
may
to have
not
a
be 20
spreadsheet. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but it may not be 24. If you're telling me that we haven't looked at the applications to make sure that these are nonprofits, and I went through the list actually today, so they're all registered nonprofits. But we haven't gone through to ensure that they've submitted everything that they needed, because we're not accepting incomplete applications. So if something is missing, your application is incomplete, and you have to miss the opportunity for funding. So there's 24 people up here that we don't know that we can even fund. So it's kind of hard for us to make a decision on how we're going to fund 24 people, because we're trying to find a cap that we can fund these people. But it may change. Is that what we're saying?
Well, if we don't
That's
know
kinda
who a
disappointing.
There are
501c3
two organizations that have submitted everything properly. Do you want to go with those two?
2 out of 24
Yes, ma'am.
submitted everything they needed to be a part of this
Actually, I
process.
see a third.
Well, no, see, we need to have a checklist.
I have a checklist.
Do you have a checklist of where they are 501c3 and whether they've received whether we received the application and if the application is complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Only 3 organizations we can even fund?
Well, we may be able to fund them, but they haven't checked every box on the application. So they may be eligible in the sense that they're 501c3s, but there's further work to be done. Mayor, I'd call the vote. There's a motion on the floor.
I would just
to
ask for
table this.
clarification on the motion, because I'm not sure, after all the discussion, and then there was a lot of verbiage discussed about a possible motion and deferring certain things. So I would ask it to be clarified so that,
I move that we table this to the next meeting to allow for, thank you.
the whole thing.
And then you don't need a discussion to table it.
All right.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Motion to defer the nonprofit funding to the next meeting. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? There are no opposed, motion's carried. We got about 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. We're not going to get into the consent agenda, but I would like to get the last item here on the new business, GWTA appointment vacancy. So we have a member of the board whose time is expiring. Nope, it is expired already. Mr. Cole Simpson Carter, and we need to appoint someone to fill that. I would, if we're going to have a lot of discussion on it, I would like for us to defer that until the next meeting as well, because I'd like for us to get started at 7 o'clock.
Well, I make a motion that we defer that because I have a lot of questions.
Okay, motion's been made to defer. Second. Any discussion? All in favor of deferring the GWTA board appointment to the next meeting, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion's carried. If there's no further business, we'll recess until 7 o'clock. Okay, it's 7:01, Monday, March 21st, 2022. The regular session of the Goldsboro City Council is called to order. At this time, I would like Archbishop Anthony Slater come forward and say our opening prayer, and then that'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Good evening. Shall we come together on one accord to pray tonight for this great city? Father, we thank you for this opportunity that we can come together as one body. Father, we need you tonight. We need you to bless and touch every council person here. Let them make the decisions on our behalf as we put them in this place. Father, help us even in our communities as we come together as one, and even in this city as we raise up, God. We thank you, Lord, for all things that are coming. And Father, help us to come together as one, that we can make some sound decisions to help everyone. And Father, we thank you in advance for what you're getting ready to do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Please join me in pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Broadway,
Here.
Councilwoman Matthews, Councilman Gaylor,
Present.
Councilman Acock.
Here. Okay, we're all here. Before we move forward, I want to go back to the previous discussion on our utility rate increase. For one clarification, we did make a motion that was passed to increase the rates 20%, but we didn't state for what period. So I would like to have a motion to be made to have the rate effective for the FY 22-23 period.
So moved.
Have a motion made?
Second.
Just second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to have the rate effective for the 22-23 period, raise your hand. All opposed? 2 opposed. Motion's carried. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the council retreat minutes of February 21 and 22 of 2022, and the minutes of the joint meeting of March 1, 2022. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of those 2 meetings?
So move.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
I'll second, yes.
Okay. Got that, Holly?
Yes, sir.
Motion, okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as stated, raise your hand. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I want to read a resolution, and we have some special guests here in the chambers tonight. And I'm going to ask Colonel Heckenstein, who's the commander of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base and the 4th Fighter Wing, and Chief West to come forward, please. I think we are all aware of the situation that exists in the world today, especially in Europe. And I don't know if you're aware of the fact, but our Seymour Johnson Air Force Base has airmen, male and female, deployed to Europe. I'm a retired military veteran, and we have others here in the chamber, both sitting out here and along this council here, who have served in the military. Some of us have been in combat. All of us, or I would say a lot of us, have left loved ones behind when we've been deployed. We've seen the problems, not the problems itself. We've seen the impact of war on both the people within the war site itself, the war zone itself, but we've also seen the impact of the loved ones we left behind. So I wanted to, on behalf of the council, prepare a resolution supporting supporting and honoring the people of Ukraine and the men and women assigned to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas on February 24, 2022, Russia ignored international law, territorial boundaries, and humanitarian values, did without provocation, launched a full-scale invasion of the peaceful, independent, and sovereign nation of Ukraine. And whereas such unprovoked actions have caused the death of thousands of innocent Ukrainian men, women, and children, and whereas additional millions of Ukrainian women and children were forced to leave their homes to seek safety in neighboring countries, leaving behind their husbands and sons to valiantly defend their homeland and fend off the invading Russian forces, who, with complete disregard of humanitarian value, have unleashed severe and deliberate destruction and death upon the land. And whereas men and women of the United States Air Force assigned to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro, North Carolina, have deployed to various locations throughout Europe to prevent further Russian aggression that might extend upon those countries. And whereas those deploying airmen leave behind spouses, children, and other loved ones to bear the burden and sacrifices of the unknown and the unknown, sacrifices of the known and the unknown as they wait, for the duration of this tragic war has no timetable to end. And now, therefore, it be resolved that the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, offers moral support and recognition for the bravery, courage, and dedication to the people of Ukraine as they stand firm and defiantly against the invading Russian regime. Be it also resolved that the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, the proud home of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, recognizes the bravery, dedication to duty, and commitment of its uniformed men and women as they stand ready for any mission given, and also to their loved ones here in Goldsboro who await their safe reunion. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 21st day of March, 2022. Sir. In here someplace.
Stuck there, yeah.
So.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
You know, the past and the future of Seymour Johnson and Goldsboro are so closely intertwined. You know, we've been a part of this community for a long time. We sent a dynamic force employment of over a dozen jets and 300 personnel on a 6-week trip to conduct operations in October in Greece, Romania, and Bulgaria, essentially reinforcing NATO's eastern border. About 5 weeks in, they got extended through Christmas, and then they got extended again indefinitely, and they've remained. Right now, they've been flying out of Poland. As soon as the unprovoked war from Russia started and they attacked Ukraine, we were watching essentially NATO's eastern flank, providing counter-air caps loaded up with air-to-air missiles to ensure the Russians didn't make the grave mistake of crossing even an inch into NATO airspace. So our airmen and our aircraft are still over there today. We do thank the community for support in so many ways. You can't walk through this community, go into a restaurant, or go into a business without feeling the support from the United States Air Force, and particularly the 4th Fighter Wing and the 916th. You know, you can also see it with things like the school we're going to start up on Seymour, Wayne County Public School. You see it with Freedom Fest. You see it with just things everywhere. So on behalf of Seymour Johnson and the 4th Fighter Wing and the 916th, thank you for allowing us to be part of your community and adopting us in and grafting us in to be fully a part of you also. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chief, you want to speak?
Just echoing the same words that Colonel Hoffenstein just mentioned. Just thank you for everything that you're doing for the installation, and more importantly, thank you for taking care of the families that were left at home while the military members were deployed. So thank you for everything you are doing.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Okay, we have another presentation here, and I think Councilman Aycock, you want to be involved in this also, don't you? So this is Eagle Scout Jonah Williams recognizing his accomplishment in the scouting. So go ahead, sir.
Do you have
No.
You got it over there?
Mayor, you need to vote on the resolution for Ukraine too, though.
Let me, yeah, one second. While I'm doing this, I can do it out of my chair. I'd like to motion to adopt the resolution honoring the men and women of Ukraine and men and women of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base.
Motion to adopt resolution in honor of the people of Ukraine, the men and women that signed the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, sir.
You want me to do this? You want me to do this?
Yeah.
John, if you and your mother would come up here. I've known Jonah since he was about that tall. And he was going to the church I was attending, and his father was very active in Boy Scouts at that church, and got his two sons involved in Cub Scouts, and then unfortunately he died. And Patricia has taken over keeping these boys in scouting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to read this. As mayor and the city council of Goldsboro, please accept our congratulations on attaining the rank of Eagle. I am sure that your family and community have played a significant role in providing the proper environment to assist and motivate you as an individual in your efforts to reach this high honor. However, it is your dedication to this endeavor and to scouting that are to be commended. Each merit badge you have earned is an example of your personal growth. It is an even greater accomplishment that, as an exceptional child, you have achieved this rank, and without any accommodations. I applaud you for your efforts to defy expectations and for showing the world that you can accomplish what you put your mind into. Your Eagle project to beautify the Giddensville AME Zion Church in Faison will certainly benefit the church members and improve the church's appearance. I am sure this project will also make the church more inviting to the community. I am certain that this project required a great deal of effort on your part. It is so refreshing to see our youth interested in their community and offering to do their part to improve the quality of life for everyone. We are proud of you for the many hours you have given in working to reach this high honor of Eagle Scout. This is truly a significant accomplishment and one you can be proud of now and in later years. I wish every young person would be as motivated and dedicated as you are. Signed by the mayor. And we've got a certificate to present to you from the city of Goldsboro. And acknowledging your achievement. I will say, something I did notice, it takes a minimum of 21 merit badges to get your eagle. How many?
48.
48.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a great achievement.
Thank you.
Just to let everybody know, this is the second eagle in our house.
That's awesome.
The first eagle was in 2019, his brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
She left her phone.
Okay. I need a motion to adopt the resolution recognizing Eagle Scout Jonah Williams.
Motion to
I'll
adopt,
take a good step.
Eagle Scout Jonah Williams recognition resolution.
Motion for second.
All in favor? Okay, the next item is Goldsboro redistricting. So I think we have someone from Honor Sproul here. So come on up, sir.
They went back and did it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Good evening.
council members. My name is Marshall Hurley. I'm here tonight again to meet with you. Here tonight with my colleagues, Attorney Caroline Mackey and Bill Gilkison, who is the demographer. We are the team that you have given us the task of assisting you with the required redistricting of your election districts for council membership. I would like simply and briefly to review where we are in this process, just so you'll know what an important step we're taking tonight. We have met with you previously, first to give you an overview of the process, the requisites, and the legal background for that process. Last time during your retreat session, we had a chance to meet with you and to talk in some detail about the criteria that are used in this redistricting process. And you will recall that some of the criteria are required. The equal population requirement for districts to be very close in population for the reasons that we discussed, required by both state and federal law in an attempt to equalize the voting strength of each district in the city. Other redistricting criteria reflect policy choices that you are allowed to make, such as keeping districts in a similar pattern with minimal changes and keeping incumbents out of each other's districts. That is a policy choice that you are free to make. We had that conversation, and the important business for tonight is for me to turn this microphone over to Bill Gilkison, who actually had the laboring oar in this project to present to you 3 different plans that you can evaluate. You can look to see how each district will serve, if adopted, will serve your city for the next 10 years. At the conclusion of Bill's presentation, and you will see the maps presented, Caroline will come and will finish up our presentation to explain the timeline, the remaining tasks that you will be considering to complete this project in the weeks and perhaps months ahead. But we'll work out that schedule with you and your staff. So I will conclude my remarks and will ask Bill Gilkison to present the plans that he has drawn. Again, using the criteria that we discussed last time, criteria which have worked well for many, many municipalities and boards across North Carolina. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bill Gilkison, and I'm humbled because I was a Boy Scout myself, but I never made Eagle. So I admire the young gentleman who was here. Let's see, to move this forward, what would I do?
Click the top button, sir.
Click the top button and
The
move
middle
it
button.
backward, click the one.
The middle button goes forward.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. So I wanted to just mention a couple of standard disclaimers that we do when we're talking about this. We did not use partisan considerations or look at partisan election data in drawing these alternative maps. And we did not talk with any individual board member about drawing these maps outside of a public meeting. Are you able to hear me well? I mean, I can't quite tell. These are the criteria that we followed, which Marshall alluded to. We mentioned last time about an error that occurred, a pretty evident error that occurred in the census that left 593 people outside, put 593 people outside the city limits when it's pretty clear that they should have been inside the city limits and probably as a part of Neuse Correctional Center. So we used the corrected census data for Goldsboro population. We included those 593 people who were in a sliver outside the city limits next to Neuse Correctional. We included them in the city, and they would all have been in District 1. We observed the legal requirements of one person, one vote, which is all the districts are within the deviation range of plus or minus 5% from the ideal district population number. This is total population. And using the corrected census data, that ideal number for each of the 6 city council districts is 5,708. So we stayed within 5,708 above or below the 5% of above or below that number. And then there are, we avoided pairing incumbents. I think you made it pretty clear that you didn't want us to do that. So all 3 of the options keep the 6 incumbents in the same district number as now, and not with any other, not paired with any other incumbent. And we tried to preserve the cores of existing districts in all 3 of these alternatives. And I'll say more about this in a minute. Then there were some additional goals. We tried to make the districts compact, and we tried to comply with the Voting Rights Act and other court-ordered edicts about race. We avoided dilution of minority voting strength, and we avoided what is called racial gerrymandering. So here are the current districts, which you're familiar with, and then and those are the precinct lines that are those dark lines superimposed are the precinct lines. So here are the way the current precincts, the way the current districts fall with regard to the ideal population number. So District 1 is the one that is the district that needs to gain the most people. It is minus 12%. and you're supposed to be less than minus 5%. District 2 is the one that has the most is the most overpopulated and needs to lose the most population. District 5 is a little bit overpopulated, but not much, and districts 3, 4, and 6 are within the range, the 5% range. So some people ask, not necessarily you all, but some people ask, why can't all the districts that are within the 5% range be left exactly alone? Goldsboro is an example of why that doesn't always work. Because districts 3, 4, and 6 are within the plus or minus 5% range, but they can't all be left alone in the same plan because District 1 needs to gain at least 425 people to get past the minus 5%. And District 1 sits on the western edge of town and touches only Districts 3 and 4. So it has to get people, the people it needs from either District 3 or District 4 or both. And I guess we could go back and look at, except that we don't need to because, so Districts 3 and 4 can't both be left alone, left untouched in the same plan. And the following 3 options that you're going to hear about approach this reality in three different ways. What happens is option A leaves District 3 untouched, but gives District 1 the needed territory by taking from District 4, and option B leaves District 4 untouched, but gives District 1 its needed territory by taking from District 3. Option C gives District 1 territory from both 3 and 4, but each of those districts, each of 3 and 4, loses less territory than in options A and B. And District 6, which sits on the northeast corner of town, can be left untouched in all 3 options, and it is. And I did not talk to Mr. Aycock, had no contact with him at all, don't even know if he wants that. But that's what these plans do. Here is option A. I guess we could, and you have, you can see it there. Option A beside the current map, and here are the population numbers and the relation to the ideal number of option A. So the characteristics of option A is it leaves District 3 untouched. District 1 makes up its deficit by taking territory from District 4 south of downtown. It might be better if I actually went to a map here and just so you can look at it on the screen. Yeah, no, that's B. But if I want to go back, what do I do? Up. Okay, here's option A. So what option A does is it leaves District 3, the pink district, entirely untouched. District 1 makes up its deficit by taking territory from District 4 south of downtown, going in the Webtown area. And District 4 takes territory, it loses some territory in the west, and it makes up the territory it lost here by taking territory from District 2 in the residential part of Seymour Johnson. There, you can see. And District 2 takes 3 blocks on South Ash Street from District 5, but otherwise District 5 is left unchanged. And as in all the options, District 6 is unchanged. Also, as in all the options, all incumbents are in a separate district with the same district number as now. Now I need to get back to where I was. And we go to option B. So option B is the one that leaves, so here's option B compared to the current map. And the deviation numbers of option B, they're all within the range. And so the characteristics, I'm going to read this here, and I'm going to go back to the map of option B. District 4 is left untouched, the orange district down at the bottom. And District 1 makes up its deficit by using territory from District 3 in the downtown area and north of downtown and up into the Greenleaf area. So District 3 then takes territory from District 5 west of Goldsboro High School and west of Wayne Memorial Drive up there. And as in District 5 takes territory from District 2 in the neighborhoods west of the Berkeley Mall. So again, as in all the options, the no incumbents are put in the same district. So now to option C. And there it is with the current map. There are the numbers, and the characteristics of option C. I'm going to go back and look at option C. So District 1 makes up its deficit by going into both Districts 1 and 4. District 1 loses less of its western edge than in option B, and District 3 does not take the territory west of Wayne Memorial Drive from District 5 that it takes in option B. And then District 4 loses less of the area south of downtown around Webtown than in option than it would lose under option B, and keeps the blocks and takes less territory in the residential part of Seymour Johnson from District 2 than it does in option A. So District 5 is less changed than in option B. It keeps the area along Wayne Memorial Drive that it would lose in option B, and keeps the blocks along Ash Street that it would lose in option A. And it does not take the territory west of Berkeley Mall in those neighborhoods that it takes in option B from District 2. The only change to District 5 in this option is along the western border with District 3. So as in all the options, District 6 is unchanged. As in all the options, all the incumbents are in a separate district with the same district number as now. And so here, I think we went through that here. Okay. Here are all four of the maps side by side. You can look at those at your leisure, and perhaps you already have. And then here are some demographics. This focuses on white and black population compared in all of the options. So you can, like total black population, voting age of black population, you can see from the current corrected district to option A, to option B, to option C, how the black percentage of total population and voting population go, they appear to me to be relatively stable, and for the most part, and then the same with the white population in both of those. And if you want to see more detailed demographics, including something other than black and white, there's a big chart that you received, I think, that shows that. So that's what I have, and I think it's time for Caroline to come, and we can have questions and discussion later if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Good to see all of you again. Okay. Let's see. Going backwards. Okay. I'd like to just reorient us to where we are in the process and what happens next. So our contract provided that we would give you 3 alternatives. We can do more. It would just take us outside of the flat fee. But the benefit for you all is that you have plenty of time. We worked with a lot of other local governments last fall that were having to do this entire process within a 2 to 3 month period. And you all have the rest of this year to complete this process. So what we would like to do is to have some discussion. We'd like your feedback on the maps. If it's too fresh tonight, we can always schedule a time to come back if you need time to think about it and look at the maps. Talk to constituents, talk to people in the community about it. We can always come back. At some point, you'll need to have a public hearing on the proposed maps. You can take all 3 of these options to a public hearing. You can, if you've got consensus that everybody's leaning towards option A, B, or C, you can decide to take not all 3 of them to public hearing. If you come back to us and say, hey, we don't like what you did, we want you to make these changes, bring us back a new plan, we can do that, and then you can take it to public hearing. Those are just sort of the options that you've got. And then at some point, you do need to select a plan and vote, and we'll prepare a resolution, and you all will vote on that. And then we'll take care of the sort of logistical, administrative final steps. One thing I did want to mention is Bill has put together an interactive map. I don't know if you all have seen this, but that's the website to it. We'll get it to you so that hopefully it can be posted on the city's website and members of the community can look at it. What you can do with that is, first of all, you can type in any address and it will zoom into that location. So you can see, any address, what district it's in. And then on the right side, you can see that it's got option C, B, A, and then the current districts. And so you can compare how did the different plans treat this location differently and where am I in each of the different plans. And you can zoom in and zoom out and you can layer the plans and you can toggle back and forth to see, okay, I'm in this district in this plan, in this district in this plan. So that's a really neat feature. We've had a lot of people in the community who have really liked that because it just makes it a lot more understandable and accessible. So we'll make sure that gets to you also. It can be publicized. And with that, we'll take any questions, or I'm happy to and you all can discuss and we can take some feedback and some notes and then come back up.
Well, obviously this is a lot of information to try to take in, much less digest. I'll speak for myself. I can't speak for my colleagues here, but this is not something that is going to be spent a lot of time on tonight. I don't think, quite frankly. I'll let my colleagues determine that, but it gives us a starting point to start talking. And I'm sure we'll be asking you to come back for a little more intimate discussion on it. And so I'll stop there and let my
That's what I was
colleagues talk.
talking about. I need to digest what's gonna.
It's a lot.
I just have one thing. So I'm looking at the interactive map now,
Mm-hmm.
and it really is a cool feature. But I'm kind of confused. Like when I click on, we're able to zoom in enough to see the streets, which is really what I wanted to see. But as I click on stuff, I'm noticing things like District 20, District 16. Is that like can you explain that so I know what I'm looking at?
I think that is your legislative districts popping up. Is that right, Bill?
Oh, when
Is there a
So it's got like short name, long name, color, total.
you're talking little pop-ups that come up
When you
like
click.
that. I don't look at those. I get rid of them.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what they are. I think you're probably right that it may refer to,
Precincts.
may refer to some things. that-
Legislators' precincts.
It could be precincts. Is that what it appears to you? to
No,
be?
I'm just asking. I'm
Okay.
just,
We'll look at it.
We'll look at it.
I mean, it's not a big deal. I just want, like, when you zoom in, I can no longer see what district I'm in. I can only see the streets. So when I click, it's showing me, it doesn't show me the districts anymore because I've zoomed in so much.
Okay, so.
So that's what I was wondering. I have to zoom all the way back out and then try to zoom all the way back in.
That's something that we need to
Yeah.
fix, because
Okay.
I thought that I had taken care of that. You should be able, when you zoom down as far as you can go,
Yeah.
to still see the district color,
Yeah, I'm not.
but you're not seeing that.
It's just gray. It's all
Okay.
right.
We'll get that.
Okay.
I'll get that fixed.
We've had that issue
Yeah.
before. and,
Okay.
It's something that we can fix.
Yeah.
Thank
we
you.
know how
I
to-
appreciate it.
okay, I need to get this in my brain. Okay. 5,708. This is the population, not voter registration. It's the population. So that means this is children, male, female, okay. So now, the 593, well then that covers that, because I had a concern whoever would be in District 1, I think it would be unfair to put 593 in District 1 that could not vote. Because it's, population versus voter registration for people that can vote. And those people at Noose Correctional will not be able to vote. So I wanted to clear it in my mind that this is population, not voter registration.
Any other questions? So we'll be back in touch with you to determine when the next get-together is. I thank you for the work you've done, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you quite a bit more.
We'll see you again. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into our public hearing at this time, so I'll ask our planning director to come up and start that.
Good evening, board, councilmen and women. We have 4 public hearings to discuss tonight. Let's see. Let's get this in the queue here. So the first public hearing will be by the applicant, Ms. Angelita Morrisseau. This property is located on the east side of North William Street between Wilson Street and East US 70 Highway, Service Road, and within the corporate city limits. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from residential to general business for 2 private lots, which are of continuous frontage and under single ownership within the residential R6 zoning district. If approved, the owner will be required to recombine the lots into one for commercial development purposes, meeting the requirements of the general business zoning district. Let's see here. The existing use, one of the two private lots is currently vacant. The other is occupied by a single-family dwelling. The land use recommendation is recommending high-density residential development for the property. Let's see here. We're missing one slide there, but that's okay. So there's a picture of the property as it stands now. City water and sewer are available to serve the property. The subject property is not located in a special flood hazard area. Grading and drainage plans may be required by city engineering. No action is necessary by the council tonight. Planning Commission will have a recommendation for the council's meeting on April the 4th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing for zoning 122 Angelita Moros. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this request? Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. State your name.
Hello, my name is Sergio Sanchez. Angelita Morris is my mother, and that property has a lot of potential. We see that area as developing more into a general business area. Our plans are hopefully to start a taqueria there. Currently, my aunt owns the properties in front, and we've invested quite an amount of money in renovating those properties. When we got there, there were squatters, and the properties were all dilapidated. We've come back and started painting and cleaning up, and actually one of the houses is going to be coming on the market pretty soon. So we're just trying to get your support to keep Goldsboro growing and making it a better place.
First of all, thank you for the work you're doing to rehabilitate those properties. And does anyone have any questions for this gentleman? Sir, the planning board will hear it at the next meeting, and then come back to us at a later time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next item is zoning Z220.
Just officially close the public hearing for that particular one, if you don't mind, sir.
Sure.
Just close the public hearing
Oh,
for
sorry.
that particular one
Yeah.
before we move on.
I'm sorry.
Sir.
Okay, there being no one else to speak on this issue, the public hearing for Z122 is closed. We'll now go to Z222 Eastern Hill Incorporated. Again, our planning director.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We'll move on to Z222. Eastern Hill Incorporated is the applicant. This property is located on the south side of Elm Street between Crawford Street and Bill Street and within the corporate city limits. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from residential to general business for 3 private lots which are of continuous frontage and under single ownership within the residential 6 zoning district. If approved, the owner will be required to recombine the lots into one for commercial development purposes, meeting the requirements of the general business zoning district. In addition, a variance will be required for one of the 3 lots consisting of an existing non-conforming commercial building which does not meet the required front setback of 20 feet along East Elm, Crawford, and Hughes Street. There's the property you see there on our screen. At this time, the owner has been making some significant improvements to that one-time boarded-up building. He's looking at renovating it for commercial office purposes. There will be site plans required for this property if it is rezoned to general business use. So there'll be things like paved parking, landscaping, and such that will be required before permits are issued for the project. Property consists of approximately 14,385 square feet, or 0.33 acres. Existing use, the 2 of the 3 lots fronting East Elm Street are vacant. The 3rd lot at the corner of East Elm and Crawford consists of this existing non-conforming 1-story brick veneer and concrete block commercial building of approximately 1,782 square feet. The city's land use recommends high-density residential development for the property. The applicant intends to rehabilitate the existing commercial building for business and professional services. City water and sewer available to serve the property. Property is not located in a special flood hazard area. Grading and drainage plans may be required. And once again, the Planning Commission will have a recommendation April 4th for City Council. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing for Z222 Eastern Hill Incorporated. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Speak for or against? Anyone wishing to speak for or against? Yes, sir, please come forward. If you'll state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Henry King. I live in the 700 block of Elm Street. And I just wanted to clarify what you just said. What kind of profit is that going to be? You said commercial?
I'll let Mr. Talton speak to that.
Yes, sir. That is what is being proposed from residentially zoned property to commercial property. As in the past, we have records that it was used for commercial purposes. Unfortunately, it was located in a residential zoning district. So now, in order to bring the property into compliance, we have to have it, the applicant needs to have it rezoned if they are going to use it for commercial purposes.
Commercial?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against? If not, I'll close the public hearing on Z222 Eastern Hill Incorporated. Now I'll open the public, come on up, Mr. Halton, on public hearing on Z322 RBV Investments, LLC.
The subject property is the applicant's RBV Investments, LLC. The subject property is located on the north side of East US 70 Highway between Corbett Street and North Oak Forest Drive and located in the corporate city limits. The applicant is requesting a change of zone for the subject property from residential single-family conditional zoning to residential conditional zoning, limiting the property to a townhome development complex consisting of 107 units. According to the city's UDO, the proposed development shall meet the multifamily and townhome development design standards of the R9 zoning district. On November the 4th, 2013, the Goldsboro City Council concurred with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopted an ordinance changing the zoning for the subject property from residential 12 single family to residential 9 single family conditional zoning, and approved a conceptual plan for a total of 42 single-family residential lots. The site was never developed. At this time, the city's land use plan recommends commercial development for the site. The submitted preliminary site plan indicates a total of 107 townhome units. Access to the site will be directly from Corbett Street, terminus off of McLean. The applicant intends to extend Corbett and construct 2 new roads built to city standards for formal dedication and acceptance into the city's street network. Parking for the site requires 2 spaces per unit for 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and 3 spaces for units over 3 bedrooms. Staff currently is working with the developer to ensure compliance with the city's parking ordinance. Open space and ownership is a requirement of this development, at least equal to 20% of the entire development. It shall be preserved, maintained, and improved by the development owner for active recreational use by residents of the development. At this time, the site plan shows an open space equal to 44% of the developed area. In addition, the open space shall be held in common ownership for the perpetual benefit of the residents of the development or by a legally established corporation, association, or other legal entity, or to be dedicated to the city of Goldsboro as a public park. City sidewalks are required and are shown for the proposed development. Additional sidewalks will be required along interconnecting streets for future development purposes for property located directly east of the subject site. Commercial lighting plan has not been submitted, however, one will be required in accordance with the city's commercial lighting ordinance. Interconnectivity has been shown for the site off of Corbett Street and Seymour Village Drive. Subject property is not located within a flood hazard area. However, it is located within the city limits of Goldsboro. City and water and sewer are available to serve the property. Street trees will be provided along the proposed townhome street network. Type B 15-foot wide landscape buffer is also required along all property lines. All utilities shall be underground. Commercial dumpsters will be utilized for garbage collection and will be screened accordingly. Building elevations have been submitted. And let's see. They're not in our site, so building elevations have not been submitted, but we will ensure that their elevations do meet the design standards as required by the city ordinance. Planning Commission will have a recommendation on April 4, 2022. Are there any questions of council?
Any questions? If not, again, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this zoning request, Z322 RBV investments, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward, sir.
How do you folks tonight? Yes. My name's Al Strickland. I reside at 1009 Corbett Street here in Goldsboro. I'm pretty much ground zero for all of this. We've been living there for 23 years, and I think this is my third time before this council concerning this land in front of my home. As the gentleman said, it was 2013. I couldn't remember exactly when it was, but we came before the city, this council. It may not have been the same folks, but we went through the city's protocol and asked that the city, when the current landowner wanted to change the zoning to R9, we were very adamant that the city grant the single-family home on the property, and the city agreed with us. All of the things that we were concerned about, we're still concerned about it. We still got the same neighbors that we had then. We lost a couple, but family members have actually bought the property, and family members are controlling the other property, and they're all against it pretty much. We had a I think 28 or 30 names on a petition for the planning committee that the folks were against this. The same concerns, like I said, y'all can check the records, or I'll be glad to go over the concerns that we have. I mean, just looking at this right here, common sense would tell you, if you got 107 apartments, townhomes, whatever they're going to be called, and you average 2 people per unit, that's going to be over 200 people trying to come down that little short one-way street, Corbett Street there. It's only it's not even 400 feet long. That was one of the concerns. And the city obviously agreed with us because you attached the SF to it. And I'm here tonight just to ask you to please, whatever gets done there, I'm not against growth and progress. I'm a businessman here in Goldsboro, have been for almost 40 years, so I know we need to grow and progress. I get all of that. And I know these folks here are just testing the water right now. This is all speculative. I don't know if their purchase of the property is conditioned on the city changing this SF, but I'm here tonight to ask you again, just like we did in 2013, all the concerns the city agreed with us. I'm asking you to please keep that SF on there no matter what zoning you put on it. Please keep the single family homes, because I feel like that'll protect us as property owners, myself and my neighbors, for any future instances. I mean, these folks could change their mind. They've got some beautiful setup. I've seen all the pictures and the elevations and whatnot. But if the city takes the SF off of it, I'm just afraid that 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, they could flip this land and sell it, and then somebody else can come in there and put out whatever they wanted to in there. Or we're gonna be right back here again doing this same thing. So I would just ask, to please keep the SF on there. No matter what development comes up, just please don't take the SF off.
Or any question for this gentleman? Anyone?
Be sure to go to the planning commission meeting too, sir.
When is that?
Next Monday.
Next Monday night, sir,
Next Monday night.
All right, I'll be here. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Does anyone else have something they want to speak to or for reference this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing on Z322, and we'll move on to the last one, Z422, KRP Investments LLC.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for your patience. So the last public hearing tonight, KRP Investments, the applicant. Property is located on the east side of Wayne Memorial Drive between 4th Street and Gracie Place and located in the corporate city limits. The applicant is requesting a change of zone for a portion of the subject property, approximately 3 acres, from office and institutional to residential conditional zoning, limiting the use of the property to a 3-story multi-family development complex consisting of 63 units for individuals 55 years of age and older. Remaining acreage will be reserved for future development. The property currently consists of agricultural farmland and woodlands. The city's land use plan recommends office and institutional development. Multifamily developments are permitted use in the O&I zoning district, however must meet the development requirements of the closest, most restrictive zoning district. According to the city's land use plan, higher residential densities are recommended and should be encouraged since city water and sewer are available to serve the property. So the submitted preliminary site plan indicates one 3-story apartment building containing a total of 63 units. Access to the site will be directly from East 4th Street's terminus. The applicant intends to construct and formally dedicate a public road built to city standards and approximately 800 feet eastward to the site and incorporate it into the city's street network. Parking for the site requires 2 spaces per unit for 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. 24 of the 63 units will be 1 bedroom and 39 will be 2 bedroom units. A total of 126 parking spaces are required. At the time of submittal, they only had 71 spaces shown on their plan. Since then, the site plan, which is not up there for review, since then they have incorporated the required 126 parking spaces. We're still working with them to meet the city's commercial parking ordinance. Open space, once again, we have a common area equal to 20% that is required of the entire development, excluding rights of way, which shall be preserved, maintained, and improved by development owner for active recreational use by residents of the development. This required open space shall be held in common ownership for the perpetual benefit of residents of the development or by a legally established corporation, association, or other legal entity, or be dedicated to the city of Goldsboro as a public park. External city sidewalks are required and are not shown for the proposed development. Staff is working with the developer to meet this requirement. Internal concrete sidewalks are shown, providing access to building entrances through slope ramps and handicap accessible walkways. A commercial lighting plan has not been submitted, and since the property is located adjacent to residentially zoned and developed properties, the developer will be required to submit a lighting plan in compliance with our ordinances. Subject property is located in the city limits of Goldsboro. As such, city water and sewer are available to serve the property. It is not located within a special flood hazard area. City engineering will require approval of stormwater calculation and drainage plans prior to issuance of any building permits. Street trees have been provided along the private access drive leading to the senior living facility, as well as a type B 15-foot wide landscape buffer along all property lines with the exception of the eastern property line. Commercial dumpsters will be utilized for garbage collection and will be screened and located in a corral in accordance with city standards. And of course, as you see here, these are the building elevations for the property. Let's see. Staff will ensure all multifamily development design standards are met prior to the requirements, per the requirements of the city's UDO. Are there any questions of this development?
Anyone have any questions?
I'm sorry, we do have a site plan with this, and unfortunately, it was an oversight. But if you'll see here, Wayne Memorial's to the top of your aerial, but 4th Street follows along the left side of the aerial, and so they are proposing a road built to city standards, which basically bisects the property in half. They do plan on incorporating a city street cul-de-sac in accordance with city standards leading to this site, which is currently woodlands. The rest of the site will be subdivided and developed for future use. It may be residential, it may be commercial, office and institutional. But anyway, that's what we're working at. So a lot of activity in the planning department. Let me know if you have any questions.
Have any questions? Okay, I'll invite anyone wishing to come forward to speak for or against this zoning request Z422 KRP Investments. Please come forward.
Mayor, if you don't mind, he has a site plan he'd be glad to pass out to members of the board.
Okay.
My name is Davis Ray with Winfield Properties, 5614 Riverdale Drive in Jamestown. I'm here on behalf of KRP Investments.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have much to follow up on with Mr. Talton's comments. I just wanted to make myself available for any questions you may have. Like I mentioned, I am representing KRP Investments, who is the developer on this job. Winfield Properties is the general contractor as well as the proposed property management agent. We currently have approximately 90 communities throughout the state of North Carolina that we manage that are similar to this project, and we have about 17 under construction throughout the state. So just wanted to make myself available for any questions you may have.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, sir. If there's no questions, the Planning Commission will review these at their next meeting, and we'll come back to the council on the 4th of April meeting.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments they want to make reference Z422 KRP Investments? If not, I'll close this public hearing for this matter and excuse the Planning Commission members who may be present if they like to do so. Okay, at this time we'll move into the public comment period. Individuals who want to come forward and speak, you have reminded that you have 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and please observe that. There'll be a clock on the screen here that'll give your time. Okay, we have anyone come to speak. We have a gentleman coming forward here. Sir, if you'll state your name and let's wait till
Willie Baptiste.
Okay, Mr. Baptiste. Hold on a second. Let's get the clock.
Oh, well, I wanted to ask a question before you start the clock. Mayor,
yes, sir.
Were you here last, you missed the last meeting?
I was out of town on city business, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry to see you go. You did a great job on your way.
Thank you, sir.
But I want to know if there was any discussion concerning Goldsboro High School and the problems that them kids brought here.
Amongst the council?
Yes, I guess that's where we have to decide on fixing the high school.
Well, let me say that I was out of town on city business, but I did monitor the appearance of those students. And as you're probably aware of, the city does not have any responsibility or authority over the school for how it's conducted or the maintenance and so forth. That doesn't mean that we don't have an interest in the state of that school. And I believe if you, I'm pretty sure maybe you saw that immediate attention was given to the school Representative Smith and Bell came down, along with members of the school board. And so there's action ongoing.
Okay.
And we, like Councilman Gaylor said, he spoke very eloquently and very seriously about the state. I'm a graduate of that school myself. And so it pained me to see that. I was in it about a year and a half ago for a Martin Luther King Day presentation. I didn't explore the whole school, to be honest with you, so I didn't see the things there. But it was depressing to see the state of that school. It was.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just elaborate on, I teach at Goldsboro High School, and the voices of those kids was added upon immediately. I mean, the next day they had carpenters that I'd never seen, been there 4 years, that addressed a lot of the floor issues, but there's still a lot of work to go. But I just, the work was addressed immediately.
Oh, okay. My reason, before I start, could he put those pictures up for me? Oh, got them up? Well, I'm gonna talk about that on the end. The reason I came, because I've noticed that Goldsboro has a financial issue, and I have a vision, and I talked about it last time I'm here. There's 3 steps I do in life: is motivate and have a vision. My vision of Goldsboro financially, in order to get money in for our problems, number one solution I got in my vision is tariffing or taxing the railroad. Now, everyone knows that the railroad come through here during our normal business hours. They cause havoc. If you got to go one side of town, you got to wait. And one time I seen at least 100 cars holding up traffic and waiting at least 20 minutes to get by. We need to I don't know if it's possible to put a tax on them, but I mean, if they tax us on the highways, we ought to be able to tax the railroad or limit their time for coming through Goldsboro during normal business hours. The other one, and I'm trying to do it quickly, I'm gonna use my New York fast talking ways on y'all, is all the unused railroad tracks should be converted, turned over to the city for public transportation. We need to prepare ourselves for the future when the cost of gasoline is going to be $5, $10, $20 a gallon, and our citizens need to get around Goldsboro. The other idea I had is to close Central Street, I think it's Central Street, of traffic. Our downtown has to be a type of downtown that invites companies to come in. If we close it down and have what I call a electric trolley going around in a circle from Ash Street to Elm Street, we can attract more people to the downtown, and it could be a more business-like atmosphere. The other part of it is to have a running track, jogging track going down, also on Central Avenue, to invite people to come in, spend the money, and have money for the taxes. The other part of this plan, in my vision, is to have what I call, and this is the last one I'm gonna do, is called the Goldsboro French Quarters. This would be live music during the summertime. It would invite people to come to our downtown area. We can build our downtown area, and we can expect more money coming in. It would be a Christian-based French Quarter with music and for family, and my old slogan is, family that party together stays together. If we can do this and change the downtown, and it would invite more companies to come into Goldsboro. Lastly, the picture I got here. The first picture I have here is a 911 call, a 911 to the Goldsboro Police Department. Now, I want to raise a hand if you think this is an emergency. You see the top of that building right there? Right on the top floor, it's a bad picture, but up there on the 3rd level of that building, I saw at least 4 or 5 kids from the range of 4 to 9 years old up on the top, peeping out. Is that an emergency? Do everybody would say if the kids were up on the top floor of this raggedy building with the extreme parts of it breaking down, is that an emergency? Well, yes. Goldsboro police did not respond to it. There's no record My councilman asked me to find out what records are on file about somebody coming out and dispatch to at least tell them kids to stay away from that building. When I first brought this to the attention to y'all, I said, let's not wait until a tragedy happens before we do something. We got to do something soon, Mayor. Really. Now I called 3 times this week. I haven't heard from you yet, but that's what I wanted to tell you. This has become a serious problem now. This got to go. Not because I needed to go, it's in my backyard, but because it's a dangerment to our kids and to the community. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Batiste. Don't forget your cane there, sir.
Oh yeah, I can't go without it.
Thank you. By the way, I'm going to ask the the manager to check in on that. Please call that 911 call there.
Okay, yeah, do that. Mayor, I've never lost an election, and I would hate to run for mayor. So, let's get this done.
Put me on the spot here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Alicia Pierce.
Just state your name, please.
Alicia Pierce.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I am coming, had not planned to come, but during your work session, there was 2 things that I felt the need. One, of course, was the water. It is disheartening. It has been, I feel like I have spoken about do not raise the water at all, but it just seems like y'all are stuck on giving this responsibility to the citizens. May they be poor, and as the councilman mentioned, clearly we're in a recession. You know, I order my mom's groceries via Walmart on an app and go and pick it up for her, and all her little dollar items went up to like $140 or $160. And to hear, you have to hear it. What? That's, the expression she makes. So I can only imagine how she's going to feel when her water is increased by 20% when it was already increased by 17%. And it would not be so bad if you didn't have 2 individuals actually trying to convince you guys to see that there's another alternative. We have $8 million. They even said you don't have to do the whole 8, but did anybody out of all 7 of you think, well, maybe we could do $4 million out of the 8 towards the water, and then we won't have to do a 20% increase right now because we're concerned about leaving a 50% increase for the later, but you could have maybe done a 5 or 10% increase of the water rate and then use some of that $8 million. Granted, do people need salary increases? Yes, they do. I just finished your academy, and it's no doubt about it, for us to keep police, for us to keep firemen, and for us to pay the young men that come around and get our hazardous waste and things. We want to see them get an increase. But however, at this point, my thought is, if in fact you're going to use the $8 million, you just refuse, you're going to put the whole 20% on me as citizens and those of us that don't make a lot of money, and we have to keep paying more on water, because that's now a 37% increase. If you go with the 17 that you already did and then the 20, that's a 37% increase you're now giving me in the 2-3 years. But if we're going to make sure that this funding go to increase those salaries, I pray that we don't increase management and director levels anymore. We already gave 70% to some lady to throw a daggone party. 70% to tourists and travel for her to throw parties. I influence the future, and I don't make 70%, and I have a master's. You gave a person 70%, and I was told with her skill set, I have an amazing skill set, but I'm not making $70,000 a year. So it's not justifiable. It's very disappointing that you guys, 7 of you, great minds, I hope, could not come up with an alternative other than you had to increase it or you didn't. And they challenged you over and over again. Let's consider another alternative other than just nail it in the head. Got to charge it to the poor. And if I hear one more person mention about, well, property owners is taking all the heat. Property owners for the last 10 years up until last year had never had a property increase. So now we have them, and we're the lowest everywhere. When I lived in Maryland, property taxes was high. It was extreme. We don't have a high. The county guy said if your home is worth less, if it's only worth $100,000, it's only $760. That's nothing compared to the fact that you want to monthly keep making people have to pay more money. I'm disappointed, and I pray that you guys go back and reassess this and rethink it. You can use some of that $8 million. It was actually for the American Rescue Plan, but you're not rescuing all of the Americans.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Dr. David Craig. I want to speak to you about this proposed utility rate increase. Because you can't raise utility rates in order to raise discretionary funds for city spending, according to the Supreme Court of North Carolina. I'm asking that Councilman Gaylor and Mayor Pro Tem Polak to make a motion and second that motion that all additional funding gained from this said rate increase be slated only for use for utility-oriented spending and not any non-related discretionary city spending. Before I go and ask the courts, myself, and some other concerned citizens to enter an injunction against the city of Goldsboro, I'm asking that you do this so that we know that the proposed utility rate increases goes towards what it needs to go towards, and not that these funds are going to be used as discretionary spending on other projects. Thank you.
Sir, let me just answer the question right now.
Yes, sir.
We are by law not allowed to spend those utility rates for anything except utility-related expenses. So there's no indiscretionary funding that's going to be, no utility rate money is going to be used as discretionary funding to do whatever. They have to be dedicated to utilities.
Yes, sir.
That's by law.
Yes, sir. And I do understand that. However, there's not an adequate record of how utility rate increases in the past have been spent. So what I'm saying is, if there's no issue and you're not going to do anything illegal, which there's a good possibility you're not, then it would not help for you to actually enter into an ordinance that say, hey, this money has to be spent for these particular reasons and these reasons only. And I think that's a good compromise.
Very good. Thank
Thanks,
you.
sir.
Sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? State your name, sir.
Anthony Slater. One of the gentlemen that had spoken asked about Goldsboro High School. Myself and several other clergy, including Minister Barnes, Sylvia Barnes, we went to the school that evening after the representatives earlier that day, and work has been started. But I think that there needs to be more. There's plenty more that we did not see. And it is an emergency situation, and I know that the city has nothing to do with it, but the city has a voice to talk to even the county, saying that we got to step up and do something greater than what's been done. The place is dilapidated. It's old. It has to be something on a scale of almost rebuilding internally. It's a strong structure, but it still has to be some more work done. And we're going to go back to make sure that some things are going. We were asked to put it, was asked to put in the newspaper. They refused to, my understanding was, but that is fine. But we're going to keep on pressing and doing our part. And we're asking for the help of the city to back us up, even to back up our children. These are our children. Let's look out for them. Also, my next step was, and even with the increase for this water, I think that we need to do something, but I think that we need to look at every avenue as well. We need to pull together as a city, because if not, we're going to lose more than what we're planning to gain. We have to work together. We have to pull and use your brains. This is not just a one-person thing. This is all of us coming together, because all of us will be affected. As you see, the city's trying to grow. But how are we going to grow when the school system is falling apart? People are not wanting to come because of the school system. We want to keep the base, but they got to build their own school. Because truthfully, some of the base parents don't want their kids to come to our city schools. We have to speak up. It may not be in our scope, but we have a voice. And I think that we all need to speak together the same thing, for we all can live a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishes to speak? State your name, sir.
Yes, I'm Henry Battle. I'm the owner and operator of the Black Elks Lodge, 312, 314, and 316 South James. I have some concerns. My concerns are, which I got some other concerns, but I'll get to those at your other meetings. My concern is there's a property there at 324 South James, which I seen at the work section 2 weeks ago, which they for $1, and I've been trying to buy these properties since I've been down there since 2006. For $1, I'm willing to give you the actual price for the property. I've talked with several people, and they always tell me it's not for sale. And so I'm just wondering, are the grapes that sour that you rather give it away for $1 than to sell it to me? I mean, that don't make sense. So that's my concern. And I even went through the process of cutting that whole entire lot over there. You can get with the maintenance crew down there. They used to cut that area down there on James Street. I cut that entire area for 3 summers, 18, 19, and 20, to show my interest that I wanted those properties. But they give it away for $1. That's my concern.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Good evening, sir.
Evening. My name is Matthew Roberts. A little nervous. Didn't expect to be asking any questions. In regards to the 20% increase to the utilities, I just wanted to know, will you not change the budget? Will you not reduce 20% of utilities budget because you know you're going to gain 20% in taxes?
So we use all the monies that are come into the city through utilities funding. Your utility bills go to utility spending.
Absolutely, and that's why I just want to make sure that I'm assuming, assumptions, that everything is made on a budget, so the budget will not be reduced because more tax income is coming into it.
Well, we're in the budget process now. We're working on the budget, so we will look at the potential. I'm going to speak what I believe is going to happen. We're going to look at what the revenue that will be gained or projected out of this increase, and that will be taken to our budgeting for expending for utility-related issues.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else? If not, I'm going to close this public comment period, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. We didn't go through the consent agenda during the work session, so I'm going to let the manager go over them now, and then at the completion, I'll ask for the council to vote.
So the first item is the 135th U.S. Colored Troop Civil War Trail Marker. We've got Travel and Tourism, Dustin Pike.
Good evening. You guys doing okay? So I think this has been discussed a few times individually with some of you guys, but the Civil War trails the folks that maintain the markers for all the Civil War stuff in the South, is looking at placing a new marker located at the 200 block of South Center Street, so kind of right near Rothschild Beer in the center there. And that marker will be a 24 by 36 sign with a placard on it that has information in regards to the formation of the 135th U.S. Colored Troops. That is where they believe they took their oath, and that unit was formed. So they want to place a marker there, and they're essentially just looking for permission from the planning department to place it in that spot, and then move forward with that.
I think the historical commission has already given their blessings on this. So what the council needs is just to give their blessings, as the case may be.
On October 16th, we did a unanimous vote to support it, and on Center Street.
Right.
Now, it was just that we were in support of it. We didn't vote to actually place it
Right.
there. In talking with the organizer, original person who wrote the book and did all the researching on the 135th, you know, they're willing to put it anywhere in that 200 block. You know, you can carry it all the way down to Spruce Street if you want to. Right. But she thinks it's important, and so do the members who worked on the committee with her. You know, we got one of them in here tonight. That's Colonel, gosh, my mind just, Deborah Jones. And, you know, I know she's worked hard, and I think she's got a descendant with her. Is that right? And y'all have located how many descendants?
We've had over 100 descendants that we've talked to, or people that were.
Come on up, ma'am. How are you this evening?
Good,
Nice
thank
seeing you again.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Jones, and I'm a member of the 135th Research Team. And what we've been doing is, once we understood that they actually existed and proved that they existed, we did primary sourcing, went to the National Archives in Washington, D.C., got pension records, and then we did ancestry studies and began to locate descendants of that troop. So Paul Sherrod, his father, great-great-grandfather, is a descendant of the troops of the 135th. And so this is a great Goldsboro story. They organized, were enlisted right here in Goldsboro, March 27, 1865. And so it's not just Goldsboro history, it is North Carolina history as well as U.S. history. And these units were led by white officers, and we have a young lady that contacted us. She went up in the attic, found a trunk, and has a diary of her ancestor, who was one of the white officers. It talks about the 135th in that, and we're going to be doing presentations at the North Carolina Museum of History. So we're making them known, and we think this is great to have this placard from the Civil War trails, which will bring in tourism, because the markers showcase people who are very interested in the Civil War coming to different cities, and they bring in their dollars. So, but it's great history and it's great marketing.
So,
Thank you for what you do.
it's like Councilman Leacock said, we've already agreed to it. I guess we just need to make a formal agreement here. So,
Thank you.
and I've been talking to Drew at the
Okay.
Civil War Trails for a year now almost about this, so glad to see it's going to happen.
And they have a paper that they need signed so that they can go ahead and complete their work of construction.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, any questions?
I believe we have that paper, so we'll get that
So
signed.
we'll get it done as soon as it's approved.
Okay.
Okay, great.
I think we started on that committee 4 years ago, didn't we?
We did.
It's been a long time.
It has been, and we've been educating as much as we possibly can throughout the state and other states as well. And so it's really growing, and we have descendants not just here in North Carolina, but really around the country. It's very interesting.
So
Thank you.
it will come to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Evening again, Mayor, Council. I have item J. It's a supply agreement between Sunoco Recycling and the City of Goldsboro. Sunoco is a material recycling facility, or MRF for short. that currently accepts our recycled materials. They would like to enter into a supply agreement to ensure they continue to receive our recycled goods. Sunoco has worked with the City of Goldsboro over the last 3 years as the recycle industry adapted to new demands and requirements when the market compressed. They are the city's MRF of choice already, and the supply agreement would be mutually beneficial to both. Sunoco would be assured to receive our product, which they need to instill confidence in their corporate leaders and businesses that rely on their recycled materials for processing into new products. More importantly, the city would get a $5 per ton reduction in the baseline rate used to determine our costs. Additionally, it guarantees the City of Goldsboro a place to take its recycled goods should the market compress again. The first customers Sunoco will deny service to will be those who do not have this type of supply agreement. It is recommended the City Council adapt the attached resolution authorizing the City Manager and Finance Director to enter into a mutually beneficial supply agreement with Sunoco Recycling.
Rick, what does that $5 reduction amount to in savings?
About five. We have about 1,000 to 1,500 tons a year in recycled goods, so 5,700 a year.
Good, good. Okay, any questions? Okay, next.
Item K is ratifying actions taken regarding water tank communications co-location lease agreements and approving amendment to T-Mobile lease. The city has entered into agreement with the U.S. Cellular, T-Mobile, and Open Broadband for the installation of cellular and broadband antenna facilities on city water tanks. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160A, Tax 7272, staff is requesting the council ratify the actions of council at their meeting on September 21st, 2015, and approve the agreement with U.S. Cellular. Also, staff is requesting that council ratify the actions of City Council at their meeting on January 3rd, 2017, and approve the agreement with T-Mobile, including the 2022 amendment and the agreement with Open Broadband. Agreements were entered into without the proper notice or resolution requirements being met. The T-Mobile agreement, dated January 10th, 2017, is on the location of the North Madison Avenue Tower. The lease amount is for $26,400. The lease fee would increase 3% annually for the term of the lease. The initial lease term is 5 years, automatically renewed for 4 additional 5-year terms. The U.S. Cellular agreement, dated September 21st, 2015, is at the Harris Street tank. Annual lease amount is for $26,400. This lease would increase by 3% annually for the term of the lease. The term of the lease is 5 years and automatically renewed for 4 additional 5-year terms. The Open Broadband agreement was dated December 8th, 2020, at the Harris Street tank, the Holly Street tank, the Madison Avenue tank, and the New Hope tank. The annual rental fee is free for the use of 50 megabytes per second internet service at each tower location for the use as the city sees fit, including but not limited to free Wi-Fi for the public and use by city personnel. The initial lease is to use the term for 5 years, automatically renewed for 1 additional 5-year term. And the T-Mobile amendment to the January 10th, 2017 agreement, dated March 2022, location is the North Madison Avenue tank. The additional annual lease amount for $1,800 would increase under the same terms as the regular lease payment at 3% annually. It is recommended that council adopt the resolution ratifying the actions taken by council on July 6, 2015, and approving the agreement with U.S. Cellular. It is also recommended that council adopt the attached resolution ratifying the actions taken by council at the January 3rd, 2017 meeting, and approving the original amendment to the agreement with T-Mobile. It is further recommended that council adopt the attached resolution ratifying the actions of city staff and approving the agreement with Open Broadband. The original agreements are all attached.
Anyone having questions? Okay, we move to L.
Advisory Board and Commission appointments. There are currently several vacancies on the advisory boards and commissions. Council met during the work session on March 7th, 2022 to review the vacancies and applications received to fill the current vacancies. It is recommended that council adopt the resolutions appointing members to the various advisory boards and commissions and commending those individuals whose terms have expired, who have moved, or have resigned.
Any questions? Okay, we'll go on to M.
Adoption of a supplement to the Code of Ordinances of Goldsboro, North Carolina. The city has received the S-46 supplement. This supplement contains all ordinances of a general nature enacted since the S-45 Code of Ordinances dated June 7th, 2021. It is recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance enacting and adopting the 2022 S-46 supplement to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Goldsboro.
Okay. And finally, the departmental monthly reports. Anyone have any questions regarding the department reports? Okay, if not, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the accompanying resolutions.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and second to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? Excuse me, a second. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll. Oh, wait, do we have any discussion? Okay, call the roll.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews? Councilman Gaylor?
Yes.
Councilman Acop?
Yes.
Okay, the motion has been made and approved to accept the consent agenda as presented. At this time, we move to items requiring individual action. This is a proposal to provide economic incentives to the Mount Olive Pickle Company, and this has been discussed numerous times. But at the last meeting, it was deferred to this meeting because of a couple of absences of the council. So at this time, Mr. Pope, if you are there, come in here, and if any council members have any questions, you're here to answer them. You have all of you have seen the documents that we're speaking of, so go ahead, Mark.
All right. Good evening. How's everybody doing? So just bringing it back forward to you. If there's any questions, I think manager kind of laid out the incentives, how it worked with the revenues that are generated by the company. Again, it's based on the 167 jobs to $45.5 million in investment. It is a 10-year incentive agreement that is paid from those revenues generated by the company in that new expansions that are here in Goldsboro. So of that $600,000 that you give them back in 10 years, you're going to get $2.1 million total back. So also tied to that is the $22 million that comes from legislative folks with John Bell for the water and sewer infrastructure is $22 million that is also tied to the agreement. So that is to alleviate some issues, plus take care of some of the demands that will be needed for Mount Olive Pickle at the SPX building. If there's any questions, the agreement has the years. We will track the jobs, we'll track the investment with the tax offices, and then we'll request those monies as they're being done. We do not pay out any of the incentives until after they are paid by the company to the city and county, and then we'll do the follow-up and reporting from the NCUI 101s from the state and from the tax offices. So any questions that you folks may have of me?
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Pope regarding this matter?
I'll just ask one quick thing. Mark, while you're here, would you also recap the infrastructure investment that comes along with this, to helping us with the southern end of our water?
So the 22 million.
Yes.
So the 20.
We're talking 22 million.
Yes, 22 million is the cost of what we think will actually feed fix 117 and go up Ash Street toward the base. So it's got kind of a twofold event: the pump station on 117 which is what was required by Mount Olive Pickle around the SPX building. So we've got engineers, Withers and Ravenel have been engaged and have been engaged for quite some time. We have received the RFQs back. We've forwarded those to the city just to look forward. John Bell did, and legislative folks did want it to go through the WCDA, which is Wayne County Development Alliance, just for the movement of speed to be able to hit the timelines that were needed by the company. So,
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a resolution here authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a performance agreement with Mount Olive Pickle, and have a copy of it. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve resolution.
Second.
Got a motion to approve and second. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, Mark, one question. You talked about the aid that it goes towards that infrastructure, right? Can you hear me good? So you talked about that it aids towards that infrastructure with the sewer and all of that. Does it tap into our 80% market that needs to be serviced?
so I think what it would do, it won't be a complete fix of that 80-90 rule where you got to get where you put a plan in place. It will give you some more capacity, but it won't fix everything on the southern side. But it does get you a long ways to being better off in the long run. So there are some more needs, and I think the city manager, some ARPA funds that will be put with these
Well,
funds.
this particular 22 million should help us with the Little Cherry and Big Cherry, which is a particular I&I concern. We estimate that the capacity that'll come back from the 22 million is just about what we're going to have to put out for Mount Olive Pickle. So,
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the resolution. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. At this time, we'll ask the city manager for a report if you have anything to say.
sir, I would just add that the Parks and Rec Department dyed the fountain green for St. Patty's Day, but they dyed it blue today, and the lights there will be tinted yellow in support of Ukraine and the motion that was passed earlier today. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we have some documents we'd like to read, and I'm going to start off with Councilman Broadway reading the resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Leonard Worth-Smith, excuse me.
This resolution is, I didn't know his first name was Linwood, but Worth has been around a long time, and if you see Center Street, you'll see his work on Center Street. He worked with Parks and Rec, but the work he did beautifully. And all of the botanicals you see, Worth-Smith had a lot to do with it. I'm going to read this. Whereas Linwood Worth-Smith retires on 1st of April 2022 as a park technician with the Parks and Recreation Department of the City of Goldsboro with more than 19 years of service. Whereas Worth began his career on February 12, 2003 as a laborer 2 with the Golf Course Division of Parks and Rec. And whereas on August 1st, 2007, Worth was promoted to senior maintenance worker with the Parks and Rec Department. And on November the 16th, 2011, Worth's position was reclassified as park technician with the Parks and Recreation Department, where he served until his retirement. Whereas Worth has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of Goldsboro. Whereas the mayor, city council of the city of Goldsboro desires on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to Linwood Worth-Smith your deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Worth our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 21st day of March 2022.
Thank you, sir. Motion to adopt the resolution.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Next one is a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Dwight Tyndall. I ask Councilman Pollock to read that.
Resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Dwight Tyndall as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 7 years. Whereas Dwight Tyndall retires on April 1st, 2022 as a plant maintenance / mechanic operator with the Public Utilities Department of the City of Goldsboro with more than 7 years of service. And whereas Dwight began his career on February 4, 2015 as an operator 1 with the Public Utilities Department. And whereas on May 23, 2018, Dwight was transferred to compost plant operator with the Public Utilities Department. And whereas on June 19, 2019, Dwight was promoted to plant maintenance mechanic operator at the Public Utilities Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Dwight has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and the city council of the City of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro of expressing to Dwight Tyndall their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and the city council of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Dwight our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution should be incorporated into the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and should be in full force and effective from and after this 21st day of March 2022.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor of adopting the resolution, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion's carried. The last one is Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation, and Councilman Gaylor will read that.
Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation. Whereas children are vital to our state's future success, prosperity, and quality of life, as well as being our most vulnerable assets. And whereas all children deserve to have the safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities they need to foster their healthy growth and development. And whereas child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of life of a community. And whereas communities that provide parents with the social support, knowledge of parenting, and child development and concrete resources they need to cope with stress and nurture their children ensure all children grow to their full potential. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Now, therefore, I, David Ham, Mayor of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the City of Goldsboro, this the 21st day of March 2022.
Thank you. That completes the ceremonial documents. At this time, I ask for council member comments. I'll start with you, Mr. Oop, he's already
done his comments.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry I missed last meeting. Didn't know I had any problems. I went to the doctor's office for just a blood test, and 2.5 hours later, I had a list of tests that he needed to have run, and I still don't know what was wrong with me. But they're getting a lot of money from me, or from my insurance company. But I look forward to, to being here.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you.
Sure. Mayor, we had to do a very difficult thing this evening, and it is my hope that with all of the different presentations that referring to the water, of course, and water and sewer, and it is my hope that the presentations that we have seen at multiple council meetings and at retreat, that all of them that show that we're going to need a combination of this increase plus the Mount Olive Pickle $22 million infusion from the state, as well as a healthy infusion of these ARP funds, that all of this can come together to where that we don't have to have another one of these conversations, at least to this magnitude, anytime in the near future. I appreciate everyone's time tonight. It's been a long evening, and I just thank you all for your time.
Ms. Matthews?
No comment.
Mr. Pollock?
Yeah, I just want to say the voice of the brave students that spoke at the last meeting were heard, and work took place immediately. I know many citizens were outraged at the condition of some of the said areas of the school, and I'm pleased to let the community know that many of the areas were rehabbed, and many of the students wanted me to convey their sincere thanks by being an attentive ear as well as a vessel where they could be heard. In closing, I just want to say as a councilman, it is my duty to be proactive rather than reactive, as it comes with difficult decisions that cross our desk frequently. As stated earlier, inflation proves that supply costs today aren't what they may be tomorrow, but I do assure you that there will be a board put in place that will address any hardships that may affect any citizen with their utilities. These decisions just don't affect our constituents, but they do affect us and our families as well. That's all I have.
I'd like to take this time to just thank everyone for all the condolences they have sent by emails, calls, cards, and especially the council, the city staff, and the friends out there. It's been a hard 2 weeks, but thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Yes. While I highly respect my council, I was very displeased tonight with the decision to increase the utility rates 20% tonight. I would hope that we would have explored all the options before we made a decision. However, I challenge each of you to help me come up with a committee called Utility Operation, in which we will explore monies, how we can receive money to help those who cannot pay their water bills. And I'm also going out on a limb here, but I am also challenging churches. You know, in the Word of God, it says to, and City Council Polak kind of alluded to this tonight, you know, it says in the church that we're to bring our money to the storehouse. And so whenever you're paying your tithes in church and you're a member and you need your water bill paid, then you should be able to go there. So I'm challenging the churches to be a part of this utility operation committee and help us help the community. And on good notes, I would like to thank the city manager and Bob for going out on 117 on Hooks River Road and getting that hole fixed, because it's very dangerous at night, and I don't really see well at night, but there was a hole there, and they act very quickly, and they got it done. I want to thank you. That was on 117 Hooks River Road, but I also thank you for going out and meeting with the constituents on Isla Street. It really meant a lot for them to see you out there at night, to let them see how dark it is and how dangerous, and I really want to thank you for that. Now, if I could just work on 1009 Seaboard and get that snake-infested home taken care of, I really would appreciate it. And thank all of you, and thank you to Rick. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to speak to a couple things. One is that's already been spoken to tonight. That is the issues that we discussed tonight. Sometimes you have to deal with really tough and sensitive subjects. And sometimes the passion that you have for something comes out, and it did tonight. I want to commend our council for speaking eloquently and respectful their opinions about these issues. I hope that this situation tonight prevails when we have other issues that come up. It's a tough job sometimes sitting in these seats because we're all working towards the same objective, trying to make this city better. And I commend you tonight for your demeanor and how you handled yourself. I also want to speak one more time about our men and women from Seymour Johnson who are deployed. you heard the base commander talk about tonight, they went away for a 6-week trip back in the fall, and they're still there. And I can tell you folks, when you do that, when you leave your family behind, thinking you're going to be back in a few days or a few weeks, and you're 6 months later, you haven't come back or whatever, it's very, very demanding on those people left back here. Because these wives and these children, they read and they hear the news and they see what's going on in the world, and they know that their loved ones are on the front line and could be in that action any moment. All it takes is one round fired into a NATO country, and they're probably committed. So I want the public and us to think about them and pray for them. Pray for the troops that are deployed, and especially for those dependents back here. And I said that tonight with a heavy heart because I've been there, and some of you know, some of you have been there as well. So anyway, I thank you for your time. So now we're going to close the regular session and go into closed session for the purpose of
Litigation and personnel.
Okay. At this time, we'll close the regular session. We're back. Any council member have any further business to bring before council? If not, meeting is adjourned.